Hello. Wow, I can hear that pretty good. All right, we live here? Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Wednesday, September 3rd, 2025 Tarrant County Commissioners Court meeting. I will now call the meeting to order.
Tim O'Hare, County Judge.
Present.
Roderick Miles Jr., Commissioner Precinct 1.
Here.
Elisa Simmons, Commissioner Precinct 2. Here. Matt Krause, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Here.
Mandy Ramirez, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constitutes a quorum.
Thank you very much. Today's invocation will be led by Juan Contreras, Spiritual Growth and Development Pastor for Met Church in Fort Worth. Please rise for the invocation and pledges. Hello.
Thank you. Let's pray. Lord, our Lord, how magnificent is your name throughout the earth. You have filled the heavens with your majesty. And today I'll speak of your splendor, your glorious majesty, and of your wondrous works. Father, we thank you for all the employees and the leaders, the officials, Father God, who make Tarrant County great, Father. We pray a special blessing over them, protection, Father, over Judge O'Hare, Father. Lord, that you would bless them and keep them, make your face shine upon them and be gracious to them. Lift up your countenance, turn your face, and let your approval be upon them. And every step that they take, Father, I pray, Lord, that they would always experience your sweet peace, Father. We pray that every business that's conducted here today, Father, that, Lord, that it would glorify your name, that it would make much of who Jesus is, Father. And we pray, Lord, that you would give them wisdom, Father God, to oversee the people, Father, to shepherd the people that you have called them to serve, Father. And so, Lord, we love you and we thank you for Jesus, the birth, life, death, and resurrection. And one day soon, he is coming back. And we can claim out, as the Apostle Paul tells us in Corinthians, O death, where is your victory? O death, where is your sting? For there is no other name under heaven given to men by which we must be saved. It's in the mighty name of Jesus we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Juan. All right, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag.
I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. You may be seated. So, as probably just about everybody in this room knows, we are operating under a new system today. There have been much improvements made to the sound, the video, the audio, and everything else, including the screens we see up here. So please be patient with us as we work through this new system for the first time. There's one change that will happen differently than it normally happens, and that is normally on our consent agenda, if an item is pulled, that will then find its way, the pulled item, into its regular section of the, what we would call the regular agenda. Based on the new system, we will literally take the items pulled from consent after the amended consent agenda is voted on. We will take those items in order. So with that, Mr. Merritt.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. A couple of announcements this morning. Starting off, we have several items which have been pulled from the consent agenda. I'll list those out now. The first item is D1 under the auditor section, J1 under elections, K3 under facilities, L1 under HIV administration, M1 under the Housing Assistance Office, R2 under Public Health. Under Purchasing, we have three items, S6, S12, and S14. Under the Tax Assessor Collector section, T2. And finally, Court Members, item V1 under Precinct 2. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, do we have any Commissioners Court announcements?
Yes.
Good morning. I
to invite you all to join me on Wednesday, September. I turned it on. Wednesday, September 10th for a town hall meeting at 8 a.m. from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. at the Arlington Sub Courthouse. The topic is the enhanced premium tax credits. So if Congress lets these enhanced premium tax credits expire, small business owners, workers, and families right here in Tarrant County will feel it in their wallet. So higher premiums, tougher choices. Some folks may even lose coverage altogether. Tarrant County is already has a seat at the table. Now it's time we speak up on matters that hit our health and bottom line. So that's my premium tax credit town hall, Wednesday, September 10th from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. at the Arlington Sub Courthouse. Also got another town hall planned for September that I would like to invite the community to attend. It's from 10 a.m. to noon on September 20th at the Arlington Sub Courthouse. The focus is on mental health and criminalization. My office is hosting this discussion as part of our ongoing effort to tackle how we address mental health in Tarrant County and how our systems impact our residents. So I encourage everybody to attend. We'll have an expert panel, bring your questions, and be part of shaping solutions that better serve our community. That's all I've got.
All right, any other commissioners with announcements?
Judge, I'll make one. Seemed very far away when we first started talking about empowering seniors, but now we're less than a month away. So October 2nd at the Convention Center, or the Will Rogers Center in Fort Worth, we're going to have our annual Empowering Seniors event that Gary Fickus, who we'll be talking about a little later on, was so instrumental in establishing. Should be a great program this year. We'd love to have you there. If you want to sign up, empoweringseniors.com. We're still looking for sponsors as well, so if you want to do that, but would love to see everybody, all of our more mature citizens in Tarrant County at Empowering Seniors on October 2nd. Would love to have a big turnout that day, so please come on by.
All right, anyone else? All right, seeing none, we will move to the proclamations, resolutions, and presentations section. The first one we have is employee recognition. So it seems like it's been a while since we've done this one. I'm going to read the names of our 5-year employees. I will ask you to stand as a group so we can recognize you after all names are read if you are in attendance. First up is Carrie Beckton, then Tanya Dominguez, Eric Gallegos, Stephen Hill. Y'all are like popping up like the whack-a-mole. Go ahead and stay up here. Matthew Jackson, Mylin Nguyen, Christopher Ramirez, and Anna Tinsley Williams. Well, hello there. Thank you all very much for 5 years. We appreciate you. All right, now for our 10-year employees. Sharon Brush, Kimberly Buchanan, Nicole Davis, James Desmaris, Theodore Ebby III, Robert Gallardo, Rachel Ganius, Bria Griffin, Ronald Hall, Gerald Hoffey, Lalania Neal, Tamika Nelson, Rochelle Pulver, Crystal Ramirez, Andrea Reed, Matthew Rivers, Sally Rodriguez, Jorge Rosas, Ansi Santanen, and Christopher Wells. Thank you all for 10 years with Tarrant County. We appreciate you. All right, now for our 15-year employees, short number here. Eric Black, Ramon Campos, Michael Diggs, and Sandra Gonzalez. There's always one. All right, thank all of you for your 15 years. We appreciate you very much. All right, now for our 20-year employees, 2 decades with Tarrant County. Michelle Cummings, Graylin Curry Robertson, Lynette Gilbert, Sheila Harvey, Roxanne Martin, Karina Rodriguez, Jessica Schlauch, and Nettie Talbert. 20 years, that's a long time. Thank you all very much. All right, now for our 25-year employees, if these are in order. Some have filled out some forms, some have not. Sean Sears with IT. Is Sean here with us? Sean has been with us for 25 years. Sean, wherever you are, thank you for your 25 years of dedicated service to Tarrant County. Let's give him a round of applause. Jason Hewitt has also been with us 25 years. He's in facilities management. He is on vacation today and said he will be on vacation, hopefully enjoying his first cruise. He appreciates the recognition, and his time with the county for the last 25 years has been one of the most enjoyable times of his life, and he has made lifelong friends, and many he considers family now. So let's give a round of applause to Jason Hewitt. All right, Rose Tonchi. Rose Tonch. Okay, Rose is with CSCD, also 25 years. Thank you, Rose, for your 25 years and a difficult job. We appreciate you. All right, is Mike Spence with us? Mike did not make it. Mike did fill out a form. 25 years with us. He's a court intake probation officer, born in Fort Worth, went to high school at Western Hills, college at UTA, has one grown child. Something no one knows about him, he did a second tour of duty at juvenile. What he likes to do for fun: water skiing, traveling, and cooking. Other job titles he's had with the county: detention, court officer, detention intake, FPP intake, FPP reach, and FPP SNDP. What he likes the most is coworkers. He's had the opportunity to work with many talented and good people that he considers family. Mike, thank you for your 25 years. We appreciate you. All right, next we have Anna Mae Valencia. Is she here? Well, there we are. Don't be shy. All right, 25 years, General Office 4. I don't know what is General Office 4? Okay, I guess it's one step up from General Office 3, probably. Born in Fort Worth, went to Trimble Tech High School. 4 daughters, wow. I need some tips. Yeah. 3 grandchildren, 2 grand dogs, 2 grand kitties. She loves to cook and entertain family and friends. She is the one in charge when it comes to cooking for holiday meals. She prefers to cook alone and keep people out of my kitchen. You're not yelling, "Get off my lawn" at the same time, are you? Yes. She loves to spend time with family and friends, loves to dance, and always has her boots ready for a weekend getaway on the dance floor. She has always worked for the WIC program, and she's very grateful for serving her community. Her most memorable moment was when her daughter told her that she had been hired to work for the USA Olympic swim team, and she travels throughout the United States. Very cool. What she likes the most is just enjoying a nice cup of coffee in the morning, sitting on the porch, and just relaxing, thanking God for everything He has blessed me with. And you have blessed us with your 25 years, so thank you very much. We appreciate it. All right, we do not have, the next one is Shirley Franklin from Housing, 25 years. She is not attending, but Shirley, thank you for your 25 years of service. That's a long time, and we appreciate your service. Let's give Shirley a round of applause. All right, now we come to a 30-year employee from Public Health, Stan Giesler. Stan, are you here with us? No, Stan's not here? Okay. He was born in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, went to Azle High School, college at TCU, has 3 kids. In fact, no one knows about him. He's an introvert. We may have discovered that today. So what he likes to do for fun, fish, golf, and swim. Other jobs he's had with the county, customer service coordinator. Most memorable moment, all the happenings associated with COVID. What he likes most, being helpful and productive, sits back, does his job quietly. Thank you, Stan, for 3 decades of service to Tarrant County. All right, now we have Pamela Cole in the criminal courts. I don't think she's here today, but she has been with Tarrant County for 35 years. So, Ms. Cole, thank you for 35 years of service. We appreciate you. And last but not least, with the CDA's office, 35 years, Stephen Conder. Stephen, are you with us? Hello there. Assistant Criminal District Attorney Chief in the Post-Conviction Unit, born in Okinawa, Japan. Does that mean father in Air Force?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Parkway South High School in Manchester. Arm. Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Parkway South High School, Manchester, Missouri. College, Westminster College in Fulton, Missouri. Majors, political science and accounting, and then law school at Baylor. 1 child, a son. Fact no one knows about him was many people don't know that he spent a significant portion of his formative years living abroad in Europe and Asia. What he likes to do for fun, puzzles, genealogy, and reading. Other job titles he's had with the county, Chief Conviction Integrity Unit and Chief Post-Conviction Writs and DNA Unit. Not sure if he has a single most memorable moment, but he thinks most of his colleagues would say being wounded in the courthouse shooting. You were shot?
Yes, sir.
Wow. Well, we are so glad you're with us. And you stayed with us, which is amazing. So what he likes the most, the 2 things he enjoys the most are the work and the people. Every appellate case is like a problem to solve. With the facts and law set, it is the job of the lawyer there to make the pieces fit together, and he likes being a mentor of younger attorneys, and he feels immense pride when he sees them flourish and going from brand new attorneys into accomplished litigators. We are glad you're still with us, and thank you for 35 years. We appreciate you. All right, we have a speaker on this item. Rojo Mojuero. Is he present? Okay, is there a spillover?
There's no overflow.
Okay, all right. All right, with that, I will entertain, I'll make a motion that we, whatever we do with this, approve it, acknowledge it. What's it called? I forgot. Receive and file, that's it. I'll make a motion to receive and file this. We have a second. Any discussion? All right, now, I made the motion. All right, so let's see. They don't see. Yeah, they see that too. Motion. All right, we're starting the vote. So any discussion before we vote? No. Start the vote.
Oh, okay.
There you go. Everybody has their own screen to vote. And we're all in, so passes unanimously. There you go. Okay. For our employees, again, we appreciate all of you. And there is a reception on the 4th floor. Is there not?
Yes.
Okay, on the 4th floor, you are obviously welcome to stay. You are also welcome to excuse yourselves now if you would like to go to the reception. Yeah. You know, that's a good idea. I didn't think of that. Otherwise, you gotta press it every single time. But, also. That's employees. Employees.
They're all here, so it's helpful.
All right, the next item on the agenda is a memorial resolution honoring Commissioner Gary Fickus, who we obviously lost here a month, I guess probably 2 months ago now, Commissioner Kraus.
Thank you, Judge O'Hare. This will be a special one for all of us, I think, as the man who occupied this seat, this little one, for 18 years. We wanted to make sure that we recognized and celebrated the life of a truly great man and make sure we did that in this court where he spent so much time. So I'm going to read this resolution, proclamation that we have for him, and then I know everybody's going to want to say a few words. So in honor of the life and legacy of Commissioner Gary Fickus, whereas Commissioner Gary Fickus devoted more than 3 decades of his life to public service, including 18 years as Tarrant County Commissioner for Precinct 3, where he provided steadfast leadership and unwavering dedication to the people of Tarrant County. And whereas Commissioner Fickus was a tireless advocate for his constituents, continually striving to improve their quality of life and ensure that the needs of people across Tarrant County were addressed with integrity and purpose. And whereas prior to serving on the Commissioner's Court, Commissioner Fickus served as the mayor of the city of Southlake from 1989 to 1996, where his visionary leadership led to the creation of Southlake Town Square and the resulting economic transformation of the area. And whereas Commissioner Fickus exemplified regional cooperation through his work with multiple municipalities in Precinct 3, most notably his leadership on the DFW Connector Project, a landmark infrastructure initiative that improved connectivity across 7 major highways and was, at the time, the highest funded transportation project in the United States. And whereas his passion for infrastructure and regional development led him to establish the Tarrant Transportation Summit, the largest transportation-related event in North Texas, fostering dialogue, education, and collaboration among public officials, business leaders, and community members. And whereas understanding the importance of supporting older adults, Commissioner Fickus launched the Empowering Seniors Expo, a lifestyle and wellness event that has served thousands of seniors and caregivers with essential resources and information. And whereas throughout his distinguished career, Commissioner Fickus held numerous leadership roles, including founder of the Southlake Historical Society, chairman of the Tarrant Regional Transportation Coalition, chairman of the Regional Transportation Council, chairman of the Public Employee Benefits Cooperative, a member of the NACO Large Urban County Caucus, vice chairman of the NACO Transportation Steering Committee, and member of the Lions Club, a Rotarian, and a servant leader on various boards and commissions. And whereas the lifelong service of Commissioner Gary Fickus left an indelible mark on Tarrant County and beyond through his vision, leadership, humility, and heart for people, and whereas Commissioner Gary Fickus was loved deeply by his wife Kathy, their children and grandchildren, leaving behind a legacy rooted in service, humility, and an enduring impact on the community he faithfully served, now therefore be it resolved that we, the Tarrant County Commissioners Court, do hereby recognize and honor the life, leadership, and legacy of Commissioner Gary Fickus and express our deepest appreciation for his decades of faithful service and the countless lives he touched.
Is that a motion to
I
approve?
would
Second.
make a motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Kraus, second from Commissioner Simmons. Any discussion here? Is Corey with us?
Corey Fickus and Kathy Fickus are here
Kathy, I didn't see
to accept the resolution today. And I will say, being in the spot that Commissioner Fickus was in for 18 years, I learned something almost new every day or every week that he did that nobody knew about. And Pastor Miles, as I was thinking about this, the scripture that kept coming back to me, we look at the Transportation Summit and the Empowering Seniors. Those are big things, but Jesus said, if you're faithful in the little things, you'll be faithful in the big things. And Gary Fickus was faithful in all the little things. And so that's one thing I've come to appreciate even more about him. He did the big things well, but he did the little things so much better that people will never know about. And so it's an honor to fill Precinct 3's shoes. His shoes will never be completely filled, but he was a great man, as he said, rooted in service, a life of character, integrity, and service. And I can't think of a higher praise to give somebody who spent their life in public service. So it's an honor for us to recognize him, celebrate his life and his legacy and his memory today.
Indeed.
All right, any other comments before our votes?
Yes,
Yes.
I'll defer to the ladies. I'm a gentleman.
So, hey, Kathy. Hey, Corey. I miss your dad. I missed him. I miss your husband. I missed him when he left the court. Trying to think of our first encounter. So I got elected, and I said, "Oh, let me call this guy." This guy hadn't called me, so I guess I'm supposed to call him. And so I called, and no return call, and texted him, and probably a week and a half later, he called, and I was at the car dealership waiting for my car, and we talked almost 2 hours. He was so full of advice, and he said, just have fun. You're going to have fun with it. I want you to have fun. He said, this has been a great service path for him. So I remembered that. Then we went to I went to my first conference in NACO Legislative. We had dinner, and we came out. We sat next to each other and talked, laugh. And no offense to anybody else who, what I'm about to say, he said, you know what? You're way more fun than that last gal. And I said, thank you, I think. So he was always available to me. He was supportive. And when he couldn't be supportive, he told me why. But I miss him, and I'm sure you do too. He's a great man.
Thank you. When I think of Commissioner Fickus, the first thing that comes to my mind is that southern drawl. Hey, buddy. That's the way he always greeted me every time I was in his presence. I did not have the privilege of serving with him on this court, but I did have the privilege of watching him and my former boss serve the residents of Tarrant County, and the relationship that they had was something to behold. It was really genuine, and it was a beautiful relationship. Now, they didn't agree on everything, but one of the lessons that I learned from them is just because you don't agree on everything doesn't mean that you have to be disagreeable. You can still work and have a civil and a good relationship beyond the disagreements that you have on this dais. They were friends. They hung out. They joked with one another. He would always come by the office to just check on Roy. How you doing, man? And I miss him often. I think about some ventures that I was considering looking at, and I was recommended to go talk to Commissioner Fickus. He's a man of many talents, and I didn't know all of the things that he had done throughout his professional life. Yeah. And I called him and I asked him if I could just come and sit down with him and talk to him. Sure, Roderick, come on. And I went to his sub courthouse, and that's where I learned his love of hunting and stuffing animals. I walked in his office and I was like, what in the world is going on? You got all these animals stuffed, and I was like, okay, it's gonna be an interesting lunch. But I tell you, he was just a wealth of information, and he was not hesitant to share everything that he knew. That's right. And to give me advice and to give me guidance and tell me how to maneuver in that particular space, and I'll never, ever forget that. And when I ran for office, he would come by and just stop by and say, how's it going? Everything going all right? And I said, yes, sir, we're working hard. He said, keep working, keep working. I sure hope you get it. And I miss that. And another funny story, we were at a NACO conference. This is how I met Kathy. We went to dinner, and I don't know what it was, but I didn't know she was his wife. So I just greeted her and hugged her, and she was like, "Oh." And I was like, I don't remember what I said, but it was something crazy. Forgive me. And she was like, I'm Mrs. Fickus. I was like, oh, sorry. But from that moment to this moment, we've been good friends, and she's been such a phenomenal supporter of mine, and I love her dearly. And my family loves Corey because Corey introduced us to all kinds of restaurants that my kids had never experienced before. And so my kids, I blame Corey for my kids being foodie, bougie, food snobs, right? Because they would say, well, where are we going to eat? And they would be like, that ain't what Corey would pick. Or when I would take them with me to the NACO conferences, the first question they would ask, not where we're going, none of that, is Corey coming and is he picking the restaurants? So I have so many wonderful memories of Commissioner Fickus, and the thing that sticks out in my mind as I wrap up my comments is the things that you do in secret that people remember. And he did so many things in secret to help people. And for that, I am forever grateful. And I'm continuing to keep you and your family in my prayers.
Thank you.
You know, whenever you talk about life and legacy, that's what the resolution said. It's honoring the life and the legacy of your father and your husband, Gary. I'll make this point. Gary has left an incredible legacy, not just in North Texas, but in the entire country, for his work in transportation, for his work in community building. I know that's one of the most important jobs of a county commissioner, of a public official, is mobility, transportation, and making sure that the ingredients are right for communities to thrive. Your father got that. There are many road projects across Tarrant County that have unofficial names, like the Fickus Loop, things like that nobody hears. That's right. But all behind the scenes, he was pulling strings to make things happen for his community. I learned very early on in my tenure here on the court that is one of the central focuses that we have to have and keep in mind as commissioners. And so I'm proud to have learned under his tutelage. And I'll say this, that he's left that legacy here in Tarrant County, that's our focus. That's going to continue to be our focus, because that's the secret ingredient as to why we're so successful. Y'all know that, and I know that. So thank you for sharing them with us for so long.
Yeah.
So, a guy like Gary will literally be remembered around here forever for the way that he got along with people and all the work he did on transportation. There's two things I can think of. His last few years, he was not the world's best driver. I think y'all know that. And so we drove down, me, him, and Chandler had to drive down to Austin to deal with an issue. And there were 3 or 4 times where I literally didn't think I was coming back. And
You're going to be doing your memorial resolution.
and so when we were leaving the building, and he wanted to drive, so we took his car. When we were leaving the building, he just walked up to me, smiled, and handed me his keys. So we all breathed a sigh of relief. So, but he knew, and he was. And the other thing I'll tell you is he was just I will be honest with you, probably more than I should confess sitting from this podium. He is such an even-keeled man that I wish I was more even-keeled. He's like my wife. There's not big ups and downs. And I watched how he did things and thought, okay, I want to be more like that. I've probably fallen far short, but he is my one I look at to say, this is how you're supposed to do. Okay, with that, we have all voted in this system here. So anybody have anything else before I hit end vote? Okay, it passes unanimously.
And if I could invite Kathy Fickus, his wife, who he dearly loved, and Corey Fickus, his son, who he was incredibly proud of, to come down. We're going to present this memorial resolution. I would also ask Maria Hogue and Ariana Rains from Precinct 3, who worked with Commissioner Fickus for a long time, loved him and respected him, if they would come down too to be a part of this.
All right, we're gonna go down.
So Commissioners, Judge, just wanted to say thank you so much. Obviously, I adored Gary. He was an amazing man and just the nicest guy, the even keel. I mean, you know, he was amazing, and we were so blessed to have found each other and been together. I wish we'd had a lot longer, but he loved serving on this court. I just absolutely loved it. He loved taking care of his constituents, every single one of them. It didn't matter, you know, he would listen to them, he would try to help them out, and he just absolutely loved it. That meant so very much to him. He was bored to death when he retired. He was still struggling with trying to find something to do to occupy his time. He had illness issues and things, but didn't really want to like come back to the court, but he missed everybody and everything around it. So I just want to thank you all very much.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you, Kathy.
I just want to echo a little bit of what Kathy said. This was a job that he really valued. He loved the court. He loved his relationship with the court members. I remember hearing all sorts of fun stories, the dinner in D.C. and how much fun he had with you, Commissioner Simmons. Commissioner Miles left off the crickets after dinner. And then I told Judge O'Hare when we stepped up, he was actually a bad driver when I was a kid. There was but also to the newer commissioners on the court, he's known y'all for a long time. He's had a lot of affection for y'all. So this was very important to him. Also, his team, the team that worked in the precinct, he was very passionate about the work he could do for Northeast Tarrant County. I know there's a lot of talk about the bigger things, but like you mentioned, Commissioner Krause, the small things about impacting citizens that needed help and feeling like he was making a difference was really important. He taught us all a lot and been greatly missed. I'm grateful for all the time we had with him and thankful for all that y'all have done. I think I've said this to a few of you. When he was alive and a commissioner, people would always say nice things about him, and you just kind of assume, well, yeah, because you've got something on the agenda next week or whatever. They're still saying nice things, and so it sort of confirms that maybe a lot of that was more sincere and real, and so it's really been a lasting memory for us, especially the family, to just constantly be overwhelmed with the shower of love and affection. So thank y'all for this today, and thank you for everything you've done. We appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you both.
And I also have a driving story. I'll save it. He was driving my car. And we're going into the garage hotel parking, and I went, oh my God, I'm not going to have a side mirror. He made it. He made it, though.
He always made it.
All right, next up on the agenda, resolution honoring Roger Fisher. Commissioner Kraus.
Thank you, Judge. Yes, my last resolution for today is one of our appointments to the JPS board. And as y'all know, as commissioners, those citizens who serve on these boards and commissions and give up their time and volunteer to do that play a huge role and function in our county. And so Roger did it for a long time and did it very well. And we were honored to have him in Precinct 3. So I want to read this. He stepped off the board now, but we wanted to make sure his service was noted and recognized. So I'm going to read this for Roger as well. Whereas Roger Fisher has served the John Peter Smith JPS Health Network with outstanding dedication, professionalism, and an unwavering commitment to excellence since his appointment to the JPS Health Network Board of Managers in 2015. And whereas Roger Fisher was appointed chairman of the JPS Board of Managers in 2024 and served in that role with distinction until the conclusion of his tenure in July 2025. And whereas during his time as chairman, Roger Fisher provided exceptional leadership and strategic vision, helping to guide the organization through growth, innovation, and ongoing efforts to improve patient care and expand services across Tarrant County. And whereas Mr. Fisher has consistently demonstrated integrity, collaborative spirit, and a steadfast commitment to ensuring that high-quality, compassionate care remains accessible to all individuals, regardless of background or financial means. And whereas his leadership has contributed significantly to advancing JPS's mission to improve health outcomes, and he has earned the respect and admiration of colleagues, community partners, and residents alike for his tireless service and advocacy. And whereas Roger Fisher's legacy at JPS will be marked by his visionary approach to public health, deep compassion for people, and belief in the power of public service to positively transform lives. And whereas it is both fitting and proper that we recognize and honor Roger Fisher for his invaluable contribution to the JPS Health Network and the broader Tarrant County community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Tarrant County Commissioners Court do hereby extend our deepest gratitude and appreciation to Roger Fisher for his distinguished service, impactful leadership, and legacy. I move for adoption.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Kraus, second from Commissioner Ramirez. Any discussion on this? All right, seeing none, please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously.
And we do have Roger Fisher here today. If you'll come on down, we'd love to present this to you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kraus and Court. Appreciate that honor. I've told people many times that I don't know what I did to make Gary Fickus so mad for him to make me in a lifetime appointment to JPS. But Kathy, Corey, thank you. Gary was a very good friend and a mentor to me. And I'm grateful that he gave me the opportunity to serve on the JPS board. I had no idea what I was doing when I did it, but here we are. Commissioner Kraus, thank you. We spoke shortly before your election and post your election, and I had asked for the opportunity to get some stability for the organization, and you granted that. So I very much appreciate you. And since I've met you, gosh, a long time ago, 2012, I think, you've always been steadfast to your word. So I appreciate that very much. Commissioner Ramirez, I want to thank you especially. The thoughtfulness of your appointments to JPS and your insistence that the politics remain in this courtroom and not in our boardroom is very much appreciated. And I've always admired that about you. Commissioner Miles, I'm so proud of you and your service. And I think I'm just excited to see what you can do for Tarrant County. To you all, thank you for the opportunity to serve. Very much appreciated. And for what we have at JPS, and what it could be. What it could be. I know you're going to have a presentation from them today, Dr. Duncan and her leadership. What an asset we have in Tarrant County, John Peter Smith Hospital. Very much. Thank you all very much for the honor.
Thank you, Roger.
Thank you, Roger.
All right, next we have the consent agenda as amended.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Ramirez to approve the amended consent agenda and a second from Commissioner Miles. Any discussion? All right, please cast your votes. Are you not voting?
I thought I did. I'm hitting it again.
And it's not,
Yeah, I did hit it.
she's hit it.
Yay.
Yeah.
All right, so, well, that's fine. I will call it, and it is passes.
There.
There it is. It passes 5-0. Now, as I discussed at the beginning of this thing, we will go in order each item that has been pulled from consent. The first item is D1 from the auditor's section. It's to receive and file the Tarrant County financial statements for the 10 months ended July 31st, 2025. I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. My screen up here, it's not moving to that item. So how would I know there was a speaker if it's not sitting there in front of us?
I guess you just.
I told you, put a chair up here.
Yes.
Okay, well, that was the,
So when she.
so that, we have a motion and a second. We have one speaker, Bishop Perfect.
Good morning. I looked at this agenda item and I read over the report. It was laughable. There's so much that goes on in this county that this report doesn't even begin to touch on. Was August 5th's meeting of extremely long proclamations actually people that are being forced into retirement or unemployment? You people are reading proclamation like these people are willy-nilly moving to green pastures when in reality, they're being forced out. Why can't IT hire outside of state when HR can? Who is CC in North Carolina? Why can't we find local talent to do the same jobs? Who prepares all of these out-of-town payrolls? I'm being told that our system can't do out-of-town payroll. Whoever prepares the checks, probably like the checks that went to West Virginia, would be a good place to start. I was told that Ms. Roxy wasn't forthcoming when I asked questions about out-of-town individuals that work for the county. I was told that JJ is not a contractor, but a part-time employee. How can someone make $159K and you guys don't even know it? How many contractors are in our system that do not get paid by us? Who handles their payroll? You guys, you people, the commissioners and judge, are the fiduciary managers of our county. You don't have a clue about most of this. Budgeting has to know, the auditor has to know, I'm being told. Based on August 5th's agenda, JJ submitted 3 agenda items for approval. Ms. Roxy approved 1. She submitted and approved the other 2. Do we give contractors that much access to our information system? Does this mean that they can see all of Tarrant County's employees' information? You people are the fiduciary managers of our funds. We would greatly appreciate it if you could get a handle over all of these things that needs to come to this court to get approved when payroll is telling me people are being paid to do a job before we even have commissioners court.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, everybody's in, passes unanimously. That goes to item J1. J1 regarding election judges and alternate judges, consideration of corrective and supplemental appointments of county election judges and alternate election judges pursuant to court order number 145. Thank you, 431. All right, do we have a motion on this item?
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion from the court?
Yes. I just want to thank, I'm glad this item was brought back to us today. I have to be honest, when it was presented at the last court, I was quite concerned about the wording, just like the speaker pointed out. So the document felt vague, and it left me, and I'm sure others, with more questions and answers about what we were actually approving. So it shouldn't feel like a puzzle for us to figure out the details of Commissioner's Court order, especially one as critical as appointing the people who will run our elections. So I'm glad to see that the Elections Office has clarified the situation. It's essential that our processes are transparent and frankly above reproach. There should be no doubt in the public's mind that we are following the law and doing everything correctly. This correction ensures that we are in full compliance with the Texas Election Code and that we have a single accurate list to move forward with.
All right, once I press vote, I lose the ability to see speakers. Can I get that back?
You can vote on it and then.
Well, we got to have the speakers first. Okay, so we have 3 speakers. I guess we can randomly pull out of a hat who's going to speak on it. Can you read the names? I don't think it's there either. Who has access to the 3 speakers? Read them.
I have Rogelio Mexuero.
All right, is Rogelio present? And we have no spillover room?
We do not.
Okay, who's the next one?
Carol Rayburn.
Okay, is Carol Rayburn here? All right, I won't press the start vote until I see all that now.
Good morning. I'm Carol Rayburn. I'm from Arlington, Texas. I've worked the elections many years. My opinion about this is you should wait until we have all of the previous election locations added back to the list and then appoint the judges at that time. Because those election places that you have taken away directly affect a lot of the voters here, especially inside the Loop 820. Some of those locations I have worked in the past, Poly Sub Courthouse for one. There's a large number of people that vote early at Poly Sub Courthouse. So I want to be sure we do something, go back and look at the list. UTA is another location that got taken off the list, I believe, because of being able to lock things up. I'd like to really see you pursue that again, because a lot of us vote at UTA to support the students, and it's kind of fun to be back on campus. Okay, so that's my opinion, is that I would ask you to wait. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there one more?
There is Judge Vera Ann Roberts.
Is Ms. Roberts present? Is that the only other speaker?
That is the only other speaker. There's 2 comments that were submitted non-speakers.
It looks like she's here.
Who?
Ms. Roberts is in the back.
Welcome.
Sorry, I hit that voicemail. I'm going to clear the thing off my deal. Did it do it again? So weird.
Good morning.
Morning.
I am Vera Roberts, the volunteer election judge liaison for Tarrant County Democratic Party. On August 19, election day, polling centers dropped down to 216 to cut down on low voting turnout, compliance with Secretary of State guidelines and to save the county money. There wasn't any opposition because dropping 20 early voting centers took most of the time allotted for elections. I spent many years locating individuals who work elections as Democratic presiding or alternate judges. My team and I worked extremely hard this year to ensure that we had enough judges to work in November. These people have been reaching out to me over the last 2 months to find the status of their appointments. A lot of them have to rearrange their schedules, and in some cases let their employers know in advance that they want to take off on election day. My response was, we are waiting on the Commissioners Court's approval. Letters won't go out from Tarrant County elections until appointments are approved. This impacted 99 Democrats to work as presiding or alternate judges and a host of Republicans who were to staff these sites. Most importantly, voters who no longer drive, those who live where there is inadequate bus transportation, making them leave their jobs to vote at a location nearby, is out, or those who simply want to vote at a location where they don't feel intimidated. Let me tread lightly because I don't want you to have me removed. No voter, advocate, or elected official in this county should be disrespected. Respect goes both ways. You have to show it to receive it. I believe my time and every citizen in Tarrant County is just as important as the members of this court, and our testimony should be reviewed and not dismissed as if not a word has been spoken. When I watch Tarrant County Commissioners Court meetings, either online, snippets on TV, or in person, I feel like I'm watching an episode of Alice in Wonderland where the Queen of Hearts yells, "Off with her head, off with his head," simply because they dare to disagree, raise their voice, or call a spade a spade. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, that's all of the speakers, correct? Okay, we have a motion and a second on this item. Any discussion before voting?
Question. This item that we're voting on, if memory serves me correct, our last meeting, we were supposed to receive an updated list of the election judges and alternate judges from each party chair.
I believe both parties have confirmed this is the list they met.
Right.
When we passed the wrong lists back in, not last meeting, obviously, but a couple of meetings before that, this motion and this item rescinds that order and puts both parties' lists in place.
And this is the new list that both parties have approved.
I don't know that I would describe it as the new list. I would describe it as the lists that they meant for us to approve the entire time.
Okay, so this is the accurate list.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
All right, any other questions on this item?
But to her point, do we need to, what was it that you said? We need to make sure
that the voting locations are put back in and judges are assigned.
Yeah.
I see.
Hang on. The voting locations and this have nothing to do with each other. So this is not a list of people per voting location. This is a list of both parties' entire lists for 2 years, I believe, for however many election judges they may need. That's what this list is. Has nothing to do with how many locations in November of 25 or anything else. All right, any other questions? Okay. The vote is up. All right, passes unanimously. Now we go to item K3. And K3, if it will pop up on my screen, is consideration of a building renovation of the voting center training room at the election center at Premier Street. Do we have a motion on this item?
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Simmons, a second from Commissioner Miles. Any discussion before speaker? Our only speaker is Michael Collin.
My statement on this is, with this issue here, is we should be prepared to have paper ballots as well. This training room should be geared towards the administration of paper ballots. Paper ballots have been proven to be cheaper than electronic ballots, and we all know that we're having problems with the electronic ballots, you know, for one reason or another, right? Paper ballots have worked in the past, and I wish that we could gear this towards training and set it up so we're ready for that once we get to that point. If we get to that point, I wish that we would move forward in that direction and have, for the sake of secure elections. That's what I have to say on the issue.
All right,
Thank
thank you. Okay, questions or comments from the court members?
Yeah. So, to my colleagues, I have to say I find this item on our consent agenda a bit rich, if you will. We have a number of precincts across this county, often in underserved communities, that lose their polling places because the location doesn't meet the requirements for space or security. So the Elections Administration tells us these places are no longer suitable, and we're left to find new options, often to the great inconvenience of voters. And yet here we are being asked to spend taxpayer money to bring our own election center, the very heart of our voting operations, into compliance with the very same requirements they used to eliminate other locations. So we're having to build a secure wall and to relocate equipment to meet the very standards we demand of others. Don't get me wrong, I support making sure the election center is secure. I made the motion. It's absolutely vital, but there's an undeniable irony here. This highlights the need for us to be more proactive in our planning and in our support for all polling sites, not just the central one. And we must ensure that the standards we apply to our communities are the ones we are already meeting ourselves.
All right, any other comments or questions from commissioners? Okay, all the votes are in. Passes 5-0. Brings us to item L1. L1 is consideration of fiscal year 25-26 Texas Department of State Health Services HIV Services subrecipient contract renewal with AIDS Healthcare Foundation. I'll move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is Mr. Collins speaking on this item also, or is my thing not up? Yes, you are, I take it? Okay.
Okay. My issue is this. Why is the taxpayer paying for this? Why is the taxpayer paying for bad behavior, right? You know, in a normal society, you know, you grow up, you find a significant other, you get married, and you create a family, right? You don't have these issues that cause this problem, right? And then put it on the back of the taxpayer, right? Why are we paying for this? That's my question.
All right, thank you. We have a motion and a second on this item. Any further discussion from the court? Are you voting? Okay, with that, passes unanimously. And our next item will be M1. We are going to now take a 7-minute break and be back in here at approximately 11:12. We are in recess. M1. It's got to go to M1. It's got to go to M1. It's still on the last one we voted on. Okay. All right, we live? All right, we're back from recess. We're now on to item M1, continuing in the line of items removed from consent. M1 is consideration for approval of housing assistance payments, contracts, and/or contract amendments between landlords and Tarrant County. Do we have a motion on this item? We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second? We have a second. Any discussion before speaker? All right, Mr. Collin.
Again, this is dealing with taxes again. Why am I paying these taxes? Now, I've been around Section 8, and I've had normal neighborhoods with a Section 8 in the middle that somebody wants to invest in their property or whatnot. Had good experiences, but mostly are bad experiences. Bad actors that are in Section 8. I don't agree with housing people that can't pull their own bootstraps up. When I was 17, I had to figure out how to house myself. When I was 19, I had to figure out how to move on in life and become a productive citizen, right? One Section 8 I had to deal with, they were running drugs out of it. Now, I know that not every Section 8 is like that. But Section 8 is an industry. And before I get into my story and whatnot, I want to go over who's profiting off of this industry, off of our tax dollars. Now, there's a whole list of all these people that are profiting off of our tax dollars. And here's some of the names. Here's what really gets me here. Tralee Ray Cedar Point, LLC. Oh, it's some type of business. Then you have, what I can't understand is, somewhere in this list I noticed like an energy company had a house that they were Section 8ing out. Some of the names, this guy could be a naturalized citizen, I don't know. Culver Bogal, Amani Maurice, here it is, Think Energy. This is an industry, and it's on the taxpayers' backs, right? Why? I had to figure it out. People need to figure it out. Now, I'm not against charity, but this has become an industry. And the government is running it. And I'm not for that, because it's on my back. It's on everybody's back here. This is the whole list. The whole list here. This is just a couple of months. All these entities. Ruiz Property Connection, LLC. The Eagle Energy, LP.
All right.
Energy companies?
Thank you, sir. All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Any discussion from the court members? The only thing I will add to it is, I understand your concerns. Several of these things are federally mandated.
I understand.
Some of the, we've even looked at some of the grants that you can't even reject if you wanted to. They are coming to the county to administer. It's kind of interesting. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, cast your vote. All right, that one passes unanimously. Now we go to item R2, which is public health. Consideration to submit a notice of termination of the fiscal year 2025 refugee medical screening base contract between Tarrant County and the U.S. Committee for Refugees and Immigrants. I will move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes. So, hey, Dr. Bird.
Good morning.
What are the terms of this contract? Because it's not attached here, I don't think. We didn't see this yesterday, but what were the terms of this contract?
Thank you, Commissioner. In terms of the terms, are you asking about start date and end date? Or if you don't mind, give me a...
Yeah, start date, end date, amount, all of that.
Yes, ma'am. I do have that information. The start date of this contract was October 1, 2024. And the amount of this contract was $2.82 million.
And so we're currently under contract, right?
As of this moment, yes, ma'am.
And so today, we would vote to sever the contract or end. Did it have an end date? What's the end date?
September 30th.
Okay. All right. So what I am learning in real time concerns me. Did we limit the terms in this current contract in order to phase out the program?
That might be a better question for a lawyer. What I can tell you is that we followed the county's federal funding suspension plan when those federal dollars appropriations were no longer appropriated for us.
Okay. Because I am talking to the state agency. Can you say that it's US?
CRI, yes, ma'am.
CRI. All right, and so I'm concerned that we phased out the program, laid off people during what was a brief funding pause. So, and did we do this back in February, I think?
The exact date was March, give me 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
The clinic closed on March 14.
March 14. So I'm told the funding cessation was brief. Did we decide to turn down funds?
Good question. I'm not aware that we turned down any funds. There were no further disbursements of funds within this grant to us.
All right. Who would have the answer to that question? Because it seems what's being reported to me directly from the agency is that we have essentially turned down any funds and the opportunity to administer the program. So I think we all should see a contract or the contract, the terms. Maybe they know something I don't know. But if there was a brief funding pause, has it been reinstituted? So can we continue to receive those funds and offer the services and immunizations to the refugee community? Who has all the details on this?
I'm not aware that there have been any funds offered for us to receive on this grant.
Who would have that information?
I'm happy to defer to our budget director or our county administrator on that, but I'm not aware of any.
Okay.
We received an email stating that the funds would no longer be available and that the program was not going to be supported.
Okay. Wow. That's different from what they're telling me right this second.
I do not have all the information at my fingertips right now, but we will find the information that has been sent to us and make sure that you have it by the end of the court today.
Okay, good. Thank you. So I would ask we table this until a little later so she can get some information.
Okay, well, there's a motion on the floor and a second. So I believe she can make a motion to table, which supersedes that motion.
That is correct.
Accurate?
If there is a motion to table,
After there's already a motion on the floor.
it takes precedent over the main motion. That is correct.
Do you wish to make that motion?
Yes, I move to table.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, a second to table. Now, we have speakers. Anybody else have anything before I bring up the speakers?
Yeah, I did have a question for Dr. Byrd. Thank you, sir. Who will be providing the screenings for refugees when this program goes away, or if this program goes
It's gone, pretty much.
Yes, Commissioner, that's an excellent question. So we are continuing to see folks with refugee status at our vaccine clinics around the county. And we have been in conversation with our friends at JPS and let them know that these folks may be coming their direction if they need chronic care management.
Okay, it's just important to me that there's no extended disruption in service. In my precinct, I have a large refugee population, and it's important for those people to get what they need. And so I don't want them to lose those services, even though these federal funds are no longer available. And I, like Commissioner Simmons, would like to see a plan of action on how we're going to continue to provide these types of services to the refugee population before we vote on this item. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, so if I'm understanding this correctly, the federal government sent us notification they're no longer going to fund the program? Okay, and you want to delay the vote for what reason?
To see that documentation. And I wanted to take a look at the contract and the terms of the contract. It wasn't included in the attachments, just a letter to end the program.
Okay.
So.
All right, any other questions or comments from the court members before we bring up our speakers?
To Commissioner Miles' point or question, you're saying that this clinic closed in March or in April?
That is correct.
So for 5 months, we've been administering the ordinary process without federal grants, which means refugees come in to seek immunization or whatever. We provide service or advice to seek service at JPS. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
All right, and I just want to make sure if the funding was paused and then restarted, if that was the case, I'm asking, are we turning down money?
We are not turning down money. Initially, we were told during the pause that the funds were being paused, and then we received an email. But I've got everybody looking for all of the information so that we can get that to you.
Thanks.
But it was definitely terminated for us. We did not terminate it.
Thank you, Helen.
Okay, we have 2 speakers signed up for this, Gerald and Jackie Cox. You can now come forward. Is she present? Is Ms. Cox here? No. And Michael Collin.
Before I lose my train of thought, what you said, Mr. Miles, you're my rep, by the way, as all of you are. With these refugees coming in, right? These are my sentiments. My father was a refugee. My grandmother was a refugee, right? When they came here, they had to pull their bootstraps up. There was no money handed out to them. They could barely make it, you know, and there was a little bit of a stigma there, right? You know, people don't want to hire people that, you know, they're at war with, right? Even if they disagree with what the issue was, right? Or my uncles went over there and fought against what they fled from, right? They didn't get a handout. Nothing. My father had to be separated, and his twin brother had to be separated from my grandmother because couldn't make it, couldn't feed them. You know, if they were lucky, they were getting water in their cereal, right? Dad went out there and worked on a farm with a bunch of other kids, like some kind of orphanage farm, right? He said he loved it. Got plenty to eat. It was hard work, right? Now these refugees coming in now, some of them are good people, I'm sure, right? Why do you want to put the onus on the taxpayer in this issue now? Why do you want to do that, right? I know it's important that, you know, people are healthy and they don't be dragging their medical conditions into our schools, right? And we need to, you know, make sure that they're healthy and whatnot. The government, I'm sure, is already giving them money. They could go to CVS and get the vaccination. I get mail from CVS with vaccination I don't want. Why do you want to put it on the tax dollar? Why do you want to delay this?
All right, thank you, sir. Helen, there's not any doubt in your mind that you got something from the federal government saying they're no longer funding the program?
We are looking at the current website that says USCRI is still facing a funding freeze.
Okay, well, that's not what I asked. Okay. What I asked is, are you positive you got something from the federal government saying we're not funding this?
I did not. I believe public health. I believe it went to Carmen Garcia. I'm asking her to, but she forwarded it to me. I did not receive it directly.
Have you seen it?
Yes, I'm looking for all of it right now. Okay. It's been several years ago.
I'm not trying to trick you. Okay. Did you read something that says they're not going to fund the program?
That is correct.
And are you positive that you read that?
I'm positive I read that.
Okay. All right. We have a motion and a second to table this item. Any further discussion from the court members?
Judge, prior to voting, can I just ask that the record be clear as to whether the motion to table is for a future meeting or later in this meeting?
Later in this meeting.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to move this to later in the meeting. Cast your votes. All right, it fails 2-3. So the motion before us now is motion to approve the notice of termination, and we have a second. Any discussion before voting on the item?
Yes. So the agency does not require a letter of termination. And the letter certainly should not state that it's due to lack of federal appropriation. I just wish we would do our due diligence on these things. There's absolutely no need to rush to do this. We have a meeting September 16th, and a letter is not required. Hearing straight from the agency. So I can see how the vote's going to go. I can count to 3. But I want people to understand that you need to have an expectation of your elected officials that we are interested and concerned about getting all of the information to make informed decisions. Shuttering this program, she's saying one thing, the agency's telling me another thing. You decide where the credibility lies, I guess, but we shouldn't have to decide that today. We should postpone this, get the information about the contract, whether we even need this letter. I mean, it's going to be good for, you know, campaign purposes or whatever, to say, you know, I got rid of another DEI program. But we have to be concerned about the people who are served by this program. And like the gentleman said, you know, your grandkids go to school, your children go to school, and will sit next to these folks. Why wouldn't you want them to be properly taken care of and have the health care that they need? No rush to do this today, so.
All right, anybody have anything else? Okay, the votes are in, passes 3-2. Move to item S6 from purchasing consent. This is an annual contract for cars, pickup trucks, SUVs, and vans, countywide various vendors, exercise first option for renewal, same firm fixed prices, discount from list price, and markup for parts. Do we have a motion on this item?
Move approval. Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Ramirez, a second from Commissioner Miles. We have one speaker, and we have Joe. Joe from Sanguinet Court. Is that you? Okay. Is there a reason his last name is not on this? Okay.
I may not have put it on. Thank you. I don't take a lot of time. The reason I bring this up is to save the county some money. When I was in college, I sold cars to put myself through college. I also worked in logistics. And so I'm familiar with medium light-duty vehicles. I would recommend not buying any Dodge products. I believe that you buy Dodge Durangos. Dodge is a great company. Ford's a good company. Ford makes good products. But unfortunately, in the police interceptor market, in specific applications that the county needs, they do not offer a superior product to the Chevrolet Tahoe. The reason for that, one of the reasons for that, is the Tahoe is a full frame construction, so it's easier to rebuild, repair after an accident or contact. And we know from the agenda elsewhere that we're making contact with other vehicles out there from time to time. So I do not expect you to be moved completely by my comments, but I would ask you to talk to people in your fleet maintenance. I've had conversations with fleet maintenance directors for taxing entities elsewhere in the state, and they agree. The only issue with the Tahoes is the active fuel management, or what's called the displacement on demand. It will fail. That's the only flaw in those vehicles that could make it, that would need to be overcome, and that can be deactivated. It's a mechanical system. It's electronically controlled. All you have to disable is the electronic system, leave the mechanical in place, and I believe that the Tahoes will save us money over time. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Excuse me. So this Fleet Services and Purchasing says they are pleased with the vendors and want to renew. Is that right?
Yes,
Are there any Dodges on this?
there probably are, but we don't have many Dodges in our
Looks like a
fleet.
bunch of Fords and Chevys.
Majority of what we purchase are Chevy.
What's Grapevine DCJ?
Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep.
There it is, okay. And then that would be Southwest also, okay. All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Any further discussion from the court members?
I will say, I think that the majority of what we're purchasing nowadays are the Tahoes. And from what I understand, with legislative changes at the federal level, the active fuel management system is no longer going to be required in years going forward. That's what we've heard. Same thing as like diesels aren't going to have DEF systems, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a lot of changes there, but I think industry standard in especially public safety work, the Tahoe is probably the most preferred vehicle right now.
All right, vote is up. All right, passes unanimously. Now we move to item S12 from purchasing, which is consideration of cooperative for law enforcement body cameras, supplies, and equipment. Axon Enterprises per discount from list price. Do we have a motion there?
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Ramirez, second from Commissioner Kraus. Any discussion on this issue before speaker? All right, Bishop Kirkland. After Bishop Kirkland, Nan Terry.
I am absolutely, vehemently opposed to spending taxpayer dollars on any camcorders, videos, any recording devices. Why are we spending our money but we don't get to see the product? But you people, and the last time I was here, I said, I believe that all of you guys have seen the tape of Marine Anthony Johnson Jr. being murdered. And by the looks on all your faces, because I'm a judge of discernment, I can see your faces said, you guys have seen the tape. Many people around this dais have seen those tapes, have seen that video. We got Chastity Bonner, who was murdered. Chastity has 3 whole minutes missing from her video presentation. Why do you people continue to take our money? I say you fund it. You make great money. We pay you guys great salaries. You're the only one to have access to the material. Why are we paying for something where our money that we can't ever see? Why does every other major metropolitan city in the entire United States, as an act of goodwill and transparency, release those tapes? Even the Fort Worth PD, our former chief, Chief Kraus, it was ugly. It didn't look good. It showed the city in a bad light, but they released the tape. Don't want to hear this excuse. Don't want this excuse. There's ongoing litigation. The city of Fort Worth did it. They released them. So we cannot see the product of all this equipment that we are purchasing. Then why are we buying it? We're taxpayers. Why can't we see that? And his mom has already said, his father, Anthony Johnson Sr., has already said that she's okay with it being released. I want it released because I want us to see what that killing field that we call the jail really looks like, and how responses to crisis, what that really looks like. So don't spend no more of my money. If you're gonna take me on a date and buy me a steak and you eat the steak, you've done nothing for me. I know you're gonna do what you want to, you always do, but it's just my job.
Ms. Terry, you're next.
Good morning.
This item is for law enforcement. Does law enforcement include sheriff deputies, or does it only include constables or detention officers? I ask because of the statement regarding funding. Expenses for the last 12 months were $628,247.40. The departments have included funding in the 26 budget. But when Christopher Loyo died after being shot during the service of a mental health warrant this past February, there were no body cameras because sheriff deputies didn't have body cameras. So I ask the question, does law enforcement include the sheriff deputies, or does it only include constables? If the sheriff deputies will now receive body cameras, thank you. If not, why not? When? What's the estimated cost? This protects everyone, including our deputies. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Any further discussion?
Question. Will the sheriff's officers be having these body cameras as well?
I'm sorry, what was the
The
question?
sheriff's officers, will they have these body cameras as well?
So right now, I believe the constables and also the sheriff patrol have body cameras. So this purchase of the 600, I believe it was 628,000, were a lot of accessories that were purchased. And most recently, we purchased some tasers just last month for training. And some other kits, other accessories. So it's not the ones inside the jail. We'll be bringing that back at a later date.
Okay, so that will be coming back.
Yes,
at a
that
later
will be
date.
coming back as a separate purchase.
Commissioner Miles, I believe they're undergoing a comprehensive bidding process to get essentially every single sheriff's office employee who's eligible outfitted with a body camera, but that's a completely separate process, from my understanding.
That's correct. The court approved a permission to take bid on an entire body camera system for the sheriff's office, for law enforcement, I should say. And I don't believe at this point patrol does have body cameras. I believe that's included in this RFP that we're doing.
Is this the first purchase of body cams?
No, the constable's office, some of those currently have body cameras.
For
but
the sheriff's office?
I believe this would be the first purchase for the sheriff's office.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other discussion before voting? All right, votes are in, passes unanimously. Now we go to item S14, purchasing. Consideration of Tarrant County purchasing policies and procedures, manual revisions, amendments of sections 2, 6, 7, and 22. Do we have a motion to approve?
Motion.
Second.
Move to approve Commissioner Kraus, second Commissioner Ramirez. Any discussion before speakers?
I'll speak after speakers.
Ms. Terry.
Purchasing manuals are not only for employees, but they can also be used by vendors and the public. Several years ago, I went to India, and on a government building in Bangalore is a sign that says, "Government's work is God's work." Although I'm not sure I agree, and I'm not asking you to agree, my point is local government work is important. I acknowledge government policies need to protect the institution, but should not hinder the workings of the government, or the county in this case. Perhaps the rationale is in your binders, but why does purchasing need an additional 2 weeks at a minimum to now possibly needing 21 weeks for purchasing to do their magic? Taking the time from old statement 12 to 18 weeks to the now new proposed 14 weeks to 21 weeks? 14 weeks, even by my math, is over 3 months. Why? Does this have to do with the once-a-month meetings? One other item I've read a few purchasing manuals, and I never heard the term rogue spending. Because I can, I asked the Deputy Chief Learning Officer for Procurement with the National Association of State Procurement Officials if he had heard this term. I did not mention Tarrant County. His response, in my personal experience with various state manuals, rogue spending isn't a term I've seen. He referred me to the NIGP Dictionary of Procurement Terms, which is the comprehensive reference for public purchasing terms and concepts. This term is not listed. I acknowledge if you Google rogue spending, you will find examples of private businesses, but I did not see examples of use in government agencies. How many instances has Tarrant County had by what is defined by the proposed changes to the purchasing manual as rogue? Can we use more commonly used terms like unauthorized spending? Remember, county employees do important work, and I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Discussion.
Yes, so two things worth noting about these changes, or lack thereof. The court, number one, the court recently voted to reduce our court meeting frequency to once a month, except for August and September. This new frequency has an approval time, like Ms. Terry suggested, or said, at 14 to 21 weeks for purchases over $50,000. Insane. Bureaucratic. Everything you don't want your government to be. So it'll now take almost a year and a half to process purchases, and most purchases in this county exceed $50,000. If you look at a single SUV or a county pickup truck, those cost about $50,000 or probably in excess. The extended time is a byproduct of our once a month meeting schedule. Now, number two, new state legislation now allows Tarrant County to increase the purchasing threshold to $100,000, which would allow purchases of up to $99,999, and take 2 to 3 weeks using approved vendors. So this would go a long way to reducing those potential delays that our new meeting frequency and chosen lower dollar threshold are creating. It would be beneficial to the county to adopt the state allowable amount or something close to the $100,000 to avoid delays, is my opinion.
All right, any other comments or questions? All right, please cast your vote. What are you pressing? There you go.
She pressing it, it's just.
Okay,
Nay.
so we'll go, okay, so the vote is in. We'll say it passes 4-1. Okay, there it is. All right, takes us to T2, consideration of tax office deputizations. I'll move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this item? Mr. Palmer.
Thank you. The tax assessor, collector, or his representative administered these deputizations listed on the attachment. Some of the deputies are authorized to issue motor vehicle registration receipts and prepare or accept applications for title transfers. We need more staff in the tax offices. The most recent time I had to register a vehicle, I went to one location and there were 2 people at the windows. The rest of the windows were empty. And there were several people waiting. There were people out in the hallway waiting, disabled people, elderly people. I don't claim to know what this is, this agenda item, but if you're going to deputize, if you're going to focus on making the process streamlined, streamline it for everybody. Don't streamline it for a private company that I'm not going to name that's listed in the agenda. Great for them if they are given this gift to be able to register and assess values to their own vehicles. I don't get to assess values to my own vehicle. I used to up until '09, but then the state tells me what my vehicle is worth when I go in to pay taxes on it. doesn't take into account condition, whether transmission's blown out or not. So I would like an explanation of this. I would like this talked about, and I highly appreciate discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the court members? All right, seeing none, are we all going to vote? All right, passes unanimously. Brings us to the last item removed from consent, which is item V, or I guess that's 5 these days. 5.1, Commissioner Precinct 2, consideration of a professional services agreement with Core Performance 3816 for the provision of staff development and in community engagement services benefiting the residents of Tarrant County, finding a direct public purpose. All right, so what is this exactly?
This is a contract. It's just a 6-week engagement to strengthen constituent services in Precinct 2. With staff reductions, I'm going to be forced to take, I'm going to have to cut my staff because of decisions you guys have made. This project will assist me with realignment and ensures that my office can still provide the services to my constituents and the services they elected me to deliver. I have inherited through redistricting 5 additional cities, and my staff of 8 is being cut by 3. And so I've got to streamline my processes, and I'll be doing things like engaging volunteers more. And so to get those volunteers trained, to get my staff up to speed, I am using my budgeted funds for professional services to bring in this vendor.
So it's $25,000 for 6 weeks. That's roughly the equivalent of $4,200 a week. Over the course of a year, that's over $200,000. What exactly is morale? What did you call that? Morale pulse assessment? What is morale pulse assessment?
So I'm glad you read through the contract. It's detailed, and you can see it right there. You
Well,
see
I'm
the whole
asking
thing.
you though, what is morale pulse assessment?
Well, I'm telling you, you have it there.
Okay.
So I've again explained that this will help maintain constituent services despite my reduced staff, my increased number of cities, road miles, all of that. We're going to improve efficiencies. We've got to be more efficient with less people. And so that's it. I'm glad you've read through the.
What is training and storytelling?
Training, I know you know what training is. I know you know what training is. So I'm not going to even attempt to answer that question. Just tell me what your concerns are, and I'll try to answer those. But this is, again.
My concern is I don't know what morale pulse assessment is, and I don't know what storytelling training is.
So
Those are
in
my
that
concerns.
multi-page contract, are those the only 2 things you don't know?
No, you said, tell me what I'm concerned about. Those are 2 things I'm concerned about.
Okay. All right. It's a multi-page contract, so it's good to know that you look through it and that's all you come up with. Again, this is, I'm going to have to do additional training. This is training without travel. Again, it's budgeted funds. And I think we may be able to go longer than 6 weeks. We've checked with budget and audit, just so the work gets started. This agenda has been, or this proposal was on last month's agenda. And so it got pulled, and here it is today.
All right, anybody else have any questions, or is there a motion?
I move approval. I'm sorry, yeah.
I have a comment. Each one of us is elected to effectively govern and support the residents of our precincts. I don't think it's the job of this court to micromanage how a duly elected representative uses the funds that were budgeted for them to serve their constituents. I think each elected official should be able to use their budgeted allotment of money to govern and work with their community the way it best suits them and the needs of the people they represent. It's not our job to do that for them. It's not our job to tell them how they can spend their money. They were elected to represent that particular community. They know better than we do what those residents need and what that community needs. I think it's presumptuous of us to be able to dictate or tell people how they could use the money to support the people that they represent. Those individuals elected them to represent them, so we need to give them all of the tools at their disposal to be able to do that. So I stand in agreement with Commissioner Simmons on her request, because it's her money. It was budgeted for her to be able to run her office and to support her community, and I'm not going to get in the way of any elected official being able to do that.
And I want to add that this is a professional services contract exempt from bidding under Texas Local Government Code 262.024A4. And just with any other county contract, we sent this to the DA, we talked to purchasing. There's nothing wrong with the contract. And here is, I'll read exactly what the DA's attorneys wrote back to the auditor. It says, we have reviewed the proposed contract for professional services between Precinct 2 and Christy Harrison, who owns the company. We understand that you have concerns that she was previously employed by the county. We find nothing in the law that prohibits a former employee from contracting with the county, nor do we find where the employee leaving would prevent a proposed contract from moving forward to the Commissioner's Court for consideration. Further, the 1295 states no conflict, and I do not believe there is any public or readily available information to contradict this. Because we find no illegalities with this proposed contract, the remaining decision is a discretionary one resting with the Commissioner's Court. So, purchasing, the DA's staff found nothing wrong with the contract.
How long did the CEO of this company serve as your chief of staff?
Probably, I'm not sure, year and a half, not sure.
And does she now have a team, or is it just her that's doing this training?
She has a team that I've met.
So,
and since you brought that up, Ms. Harrison, her expertise was evident while here. When I got here, I thought the county had an electronic constituent management programs. When folks call, when we get emails, we can put it into a system and keep track and follow up and that type of thing. We did not. I was looking for something off the shelf at conferences, and Mrs. Harrison met with our IT department. And in Precinct 2, we have a constituent management system that was developed by IT under the leadership of Ms. Harrison. So she knows how important that is to me. We get a call, it goes into the system. I don't know if they've shared that with you all's precincts, but it is very helpful on our weekly staff meetings to see where we are. And even you can just log in and check out I can check out what's going on with this constituent. So her experience here speaks for itself.
So, Commissioner Miles, I disagree with a couple of the things you said, but one in particular, you said it was her money. This is taxpayer money. And this court is tasked with the assignment of approving or disapproving expenditures. That is by law what this court does. And I didn't get an answer to either question I asked, but I do recall approximately a year and a half ago, I lost a staff member, and I wanted to bring someone in who could handle letters and communication, and you voted against it. I can also remember when Commissioner Ramirez wanted to do something similar, and I believe you voted against it. So for a multitude of reasons, I don't support this and don't agree with it, but you have made your motion. Do you wish to second it?
Yes.
Okay, so there is a motion, there is a second. Further discussion before voting?
Yes, the only reason I voted against those two was because we would be utilizing taxpayer money for a partisan firm. And so I don't think we use taxpayer money to pay for Democratic firms to come in and work with our offices, or Republican consultants to come in and work with your offices. That's the only reason. You go get any other firm you want to, I'm all for it. Like Commissioner Miles said, we are responsible, elected officials with, a stellar record of responsibility. And so the funds were budgeted, they were approved, and everybody knows it's taxpayer dollars, not our dollars, but they were approved for our budget for use by the commissioner. You already approved the funds.
Any other comments?
I guess I'll just say, Commissioner Miles, I actually probably agree with you a little bit more in your comments on that. And I think us getting to the office budgets that we're getting to, where you have a set amount of money and you can use that however you want to, I actually think that's good. Have that flexibility so people can do stuff different. For what gives me heartburn here is the close nexus with the former precinct administrator and the time that hasn't gone by for a long time. I know it's been talked about in Austin, other places, maybe there's like a 2-year gap between the time somebody leaves your office and you employ them or give them any kind of contract. That might be good or something worth looking into. I know there's nothing illegal about it, but to avoid the appearance of an impropriety, not saying there is any here, but you just want to stay away from that. So I guess that's what gives me the most heartburn. It's not about not being able to use the money the way you want to, but giving a contract to a very recent former employee, I think could raise some questions. And so that's what gives me the most heartburn with it.
So I could read how the lawyers opined. We find nothing in the law that prohibits a former employee from contracting with the county, nor do we find where the employee leaving would prevent a proposed contract from moving forward to the county commissioners for consideration. The 1295 states no conflict, and I do not believe there is any public or readily available information to contradict this. So
I
we
agree
ran
it's
it
not
through
illegal.
legal, Commissioner, so-
I'm there with you. I just don't know if it's the most beneficial for us, and I would be consistent on that with whatever precinct was bringing that before. So, but I get your point. You're right. There's nothing illegal about that. I completely agree with you on that.
All right.
All right, anything else before we vote? All right, please cast your votes. I'll put you down as a yes.
Yeah, doesn't
So
work.
the motion fails 2-3. All right, now, tell you what, we'll go through these. Good night. We'll go through these 5 public hearings before the next recess. First item on the regular agenda, public hearing to consider sufficiency of petition requesting creation of Tarrant County Freshwater Supply District Number 3. So this is a public hearing. It's not the approval of creating a public hearing. This is the public hearing. I don't have anyone signed up to speak to this item. Is there anyone who wants to speak to this item? All right, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion, Commissioner, I lost it. Two of you.
He can have it.
Made a
Miles
motion
can have
and a
it.
second to close the public hearing. Any discussion before closing the public hearing? Actually, I don't think I made it, but I don't think it matters. I'm happy to have made it. Can we, the way you have this here, somebody down here made a motion, somebody down here made a second. I don't think for purposes of casting votes, it matters what's on this screen. What matters is the official record. Legally, can we go correct the official record? Who made the motion?
We can always make an adjustment to
Who
that.
made the motion? Commissioner Ramirez made the motion. Who made the second? Commissioner Miles made the second. All right.
It's fixed.
There, it's fixed. Okay, good. All right, we're closing the public hearing. Unless there's no further discussion, cast your vote.
I'm not using my nails.
At our next break, can we try to switch that out or do something different? Okay.
What is gentle?
Try that. See if that works. Hit something else. There
Yeah.
You can use it if you want. Okay, so that passes unanimously. Next public hearing is to consider authorize the installation or replacement of various stop signs, Precinct 2. This is a public hearing. It is now open. No one is signed up to speak to this. Is there anyone who wishes to? All right, seeing none, I will move to close the public hearing.
Second.
I made the motion, Commissioner Miles second. Any discussion before voting? That work? No, still doesn't?
I have to do it 4 times.
All right, passes unanimously. Item 3 is a public hearing to consider authorizing multiple stop signs within the Newark Ranch subdivision precinct 4. It's a public hearing. No one signed up to speak. Is there anyone who would like to speak to this item? All right, seeing none, I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Ramirez. Any discussion before voting? All right, please cast your votes. All right, we're gonna do 5 yeas. There it is. All right, passes unanimously. Number 4, public hearing to consider establishing 2 school zones within the Crowley Independent School District Precinct 2. The public hearing is now open. There's no one signed up to speak. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Miles to close the public hearing. Any discussion before voting? Okay, cast your votes. There we go, 5-0, passes unanimously. Brings us to item 5, which is a public hearing to consider the draft Tarrant County Program Year 2024 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, Community Development. It's a public hearing. The public hearing is now open. There's no one signed to speak to this. Is there anyone who would like to speak to this? All right, seeing none, I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Miles, close public hearing. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. All right, that's it for the public hearings. And we will now take it is 12, I'm gonna say 14. We will now take a 10-minute recess until 12:20. We'll just make it even 12:25. We're in recess. So, question, how far, like, is that program specifically for the 27? So you can just swap that one out?
Well, we can swap them on it,
But not now. Not now, you can't.
I mean, we can make it happen in a minute.
Okay. All right, I have that pen, Matt. Okay. All right. We are back from recess, and the first item is action concerning the submission of Tarrant County's no new revenue and voter approval tax rates for year 2025, discussion of a proposed tax rate for year 2025, and take a record vote on the proposed tax rate. So the budget presented had a tax rate of 0.1862, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I'll make a motion
Second.
to adopt the rate at 0.1862.
So
We
Judge-
have a second.
Sorry.
Motion O'Hare, second Kraus. All right, we do have some speakers, discussion.
There's a couple of more votes we need to take.
Oh,
and we
there
can-
are?
Yes, so there's actually, with that tax rate that was just proposed, there's actually three action items we need the court to take.
Okay.
The first one is to receive and file the proposed new revenue and voter approval tax rate, which are listed in the background on the court communication.
Okay.
Then we just did a proposal of a tax rate of 1862. And subsequently, because of that proposal of that rate, item 4, we need to approve posting of a notice of meeting to vote on the tax rate.
Okay, so I will amend my motion to receive and file the proposed to include receiving and filing the proposed no new revenue and voter approval tax rates for Tarrant County. I've already proposed the rate. And then item D.
Item 4, approve posting of a notice.
4. What is item 4?
If you look under Commissioners Court action requested, number 4 is if the proposed tax rate does not exceed the no new revenue rate, approve a posting of a notice of meeting.
Okay, and I'll include that in my
Yes, sir.
motion.
Yes, sir.
All right, so I've amended my motion. We don't have to take a vote on the amendment, do we?
Judge, if there is unanimous consent from the body, then there's no need for that. So you can just ask if there's any objections to that, if there is a need for a record vote on that.
Any objection to me amending my motion versus withdrawing it and making it again? No. Okay. Anybody? Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion before speakers?
Yes. I have some comments that I want to make regarding the proposed countywide tax rate. Let me just start off by saying I wasn't here for the budget meeting for personal reasons, but once I got the information and I've had time to think about it and be careful in my consideration as to my position and stance with this, I am not in favor of this budget. And here's the tax rate, I'm sorry. The tax rate, I'm sorry, forgive me. And here's my rationale. The preamble of the Constitution reminds us why government exists: to establish justice, to ensure domestic tranquility, and provide for the common defense. And this is the part that speaks to me: promote the general welfare and secure the blessings of liberty. When we continue to reduce the county's tax rate below what is needed to meet the essential needs of our residents, I believe we're violating that promise. A budget is a statement of priorities. A tax rate that produces a budget built on shortfalls and reductions does not promote the general welfare. It undermines it. What is being proposed is not, in my opinion, fiscal responsibility. It's fiscal harm. Cutting the tax rate to a level that forces layoffs, service reductions, and divestment in infrastructure is not protecting taxpayers, it's abandoning them. Tarrant County is growing, it's not shrinking. Our needs are increasing, they're not decreasing. A responsible government, in my opinion, adjusts to meet those needs. It does not retreat from them. The proposed budget shaped by this tax rate would result in real cuts to the people who keep this county running: public health workers, road crews, criminal justice staff, and emergency response professionals. These are not abstract positions, folks. These are real people who have families. And they work, and the work they do affects every resident in every zip code. When we cut their resources, we are cutting services. That means longer response times, delayed repairs, reduced access to care, and slower support for families in crisis. The Commissioner's Court has a duty to ensure fiscal responsibility. But I believe that duty must be balanced with a commitment to the people that we are elected to serve. In my opinion, it's an overreach for this court to impose extreme cuts that handcuff our ability to respond to today's challenges. Government should be adaptive and responsive, not punitive. The court should not be driving ideological reductions that disconnect government from the needs of the community. Families in Tarrant County are facing inflation, economic uncertainty, rising housing costs, and in some cases, unemployment. Now is not the time for government to pull back, it's the time for us to lean in. Our residents need stability and support, not instability and indifference. The services that the county provides, from food safety inspections to mental health outreach to emergency preparedness, are not luxuries. They are necessities. People need these, and I think that we need to be really thinking about how the decisions we are making are impacting people. And we have to move from outside of our political bubbles or our personal bubbles and the environments we grew up in to think about how the decisions we are making are going to affect everyday people. Budgeting should not be about doing less with less. It should be about investing in what works. This tax rate does not reflect, in my opinion, the needs of a growing, diverse, and dynamic county. It reflects a short-term political narrative disconnected from the real world. As stewards of this county, we must be honest with our residents. You cannot cut your way to prosperity. You cannot starve your way to a county and expect it to thrive. They just don't meet. Every member of this court must ask the question of themselves: will my vote today move Tarrant County forward or set it back for all residents, regardless of race, culture, creed, or political affiliation? Does it move us forward or take us back? I was always taught in my time in county government that county government is the local safety net. We're the last line of defense, if you will. We catch people at their most vulnerable. And what's being proposed now is cutting bigger and bigger holes in the safety net that was created to protect people and to promote the general welfare. Promote the general welfare. Ask yourselves a question: is what we are proposing promoting the general welfare of all of the county's members, of all residents, or just a select few? We will be remembered as leaders who rose to the moment, or as officials who watch services fail and staff burn out because we refuse to provide the necessary resources. This tax rate does not reflect, in my opinion, who we are and the best of who we are, nor should it. It's time to stop hiding behind the word cut and acknowledge the truth that this, my friends, is harm, plain and simple. Thank you.
All right, anybody else have anything? All right, seeing none, we will go to the speakers. First speaker is Brianna Baugh. Following Ms. Baugh, we have Linda Hanratty.
Hello, hello. All right, so let's start off with some stats. The demographics per the Fort Worth website. Whites account for 37%, Hispanics account for 35%, Blacks account for 19%. So collectively, the minority counts for 54%. By golly, that's more than 0.5%. So let's say the US citizens, 89.5% is the total amount that we have here in Fort Worth. In May, only 4.9% voted early. In the total Tarrant County, we have 1.28 million registered voters in the county. Let me paint a quick picture for you guys. Rosemont Park, great park, 30 acres, but there's still trash all over the place. Do we get rid of the trash cans? Do we move the trash cans? Do we hire more help? Maybe shimmy some of the people that aren't doing much at the library down to go pick up some trash? So let's talk about the polling sites. Originally, 331, you guys are proposing 216. A good old quote, I would venture to guess 99% of the public cannot name a single thing of the 2025 ballot, per Judge O'Hare. I would agree. I'm still reviewing the 800 laws that just passed on Monday. So what's $1 million saved versus the $840 million bond program that's on the table? Lack of voting is honestly just a lack of city efforts. Does Commissioner Mr. Miles or Commissioner Miss Simmons speak Spanish? I appreciate their efforts, but it's a language barrier. What demographic is actually building the city? I'm not talking about funding. We're a growing city that just surpassed 1 million. Growth mindset is key. And honestly, I'd rather line up for tacos than Jason's Deli. What's the last time someone actually lined up for some good white food? Does anybody know a group of white people that have built a home? Not talking about funding. City built on the back of black and browns, their vote matters. A lo mejor es tiempo que aprenden de hablar español. Manny, please be sure to translate that over to your constituents. 1.008 million today. 331 voting sites clearly isn't enough. And while I'm here, Southside would like a community pool. I think it'd be nice. The maps don't lie. Do what you gotta do.
Thank you, Ms. Hanratty.
I thank Commissioner Miles for his thoughts. As a Tarrant County taxpayer, I'm not eager to pay more county taxes. However, I am concerned that if the tax rate is too low, which apparently it is, there may be insufficient funds to maintain current services. My concerns revolve around 3 expense challenges: reduced federal funding, redistricting costs, and jail, death attorney, and settlement costs. Federal funding is being cut significantly, especially for health and housing. Witness the cancellation in the current agenda of the $2.8 million contract to provide immigrant health screenings. Staffing at the CDC and other federal health agencies has been reduced dramatically, which could impact local responses to health emergencies. Already, COVID booster shots appear to be unavailable, at least at my pharmacy, although Texas has a high rate of current infections. The public requires an update on anticipated shortfalls in federal funding and its impact on county services prior to approval of the tax rate and budget. We need to know what services and programs will be lost and their impact on other budget items and the overall health and welfare of county residents. The new redistricting is going to be expensive, both to reorganize county government and to fund the 2 court cases associated with the redistricting. We understand that the court fight in Galveston County cost $4 million. Legal costs for Tarrant County cases will likely be significantly higher, since all costs are up and our county is much larger. And finally, the deaths at the jail, and in particular, the murder of Anthony Johnson. Commissioners Court has already allocated over $700,000 for outside counsel for this case, and the settlement, when it finally occurs, will likely be in the millions. Deaths continue to happen at the jail, including 2 last month. We are unsure whether either of those early cases, or earlier cases such as Mason Yancey's, will result in large settlements, but it is certainly possible. It is wonderful to keep taxes low, but not at the expense of gutting county services. As my late mother would have said, this is being penny wise and pound foolish. Please show us how you are going to overcome these challenges and maintain county services that we rely upon. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Palmer.
Thank you. I appreciate the proposed rate. It's below the no new revenue rate. I appreciate your words very much. I would like to add to that from the Texas Constitution. Inherent political power, this is Section 2. All political power is inherent in the people, and all free governments are founded on their authority and instituted for their benefit. I don't believe it benefits the people, and I'm talking globally in Tarrant County, all of the taxing entities. I personally believe that Tarrant County needs to adopt as low of a tax rate as possible to offset what the cities and the school districts have been doing to us and are going to continue to be doing to us. Yes, you said that families are subject to inflation, they're subject to rising healthcare costs, they can't afford a home. I saw something very alarming. The average age of the first-time home buyer has risen from 31 in the 50s, the boomers were starting to buy homes, to something like 50-something years old first-time home buyer. What contributes to that is government, I'm going to say parasites, parasitic government. And it's done with the best intentions. People run for office, they get in office, and it ends up bleeding us dry. Look at some of these protests. Look at the number of protests, people, not so much this year because they've frozen the appraisals, but people are fighting for their lives. The family is the last line of defense, not any local government entity. Governments are man-made. Families are God-made, the individual. We need to allow people to be able to survive. I would say that the time to save and the time to ask these questions about what the government should be doing for people is on each of these items all year long. When they ask you to approve these things, why is it 100 grand? Can it be 80? Okay. The other point I would like to make is you could easily take some of your salary. I don't think that anybody up there is worth, I don't think that your job is worth what you are paid. I think that you could take a pay cut and put it toward whatever in the budget you want to put it toward. And I appreciate you fighting your life out on body cams and things like that. I'll fight alongside with you. But we need a rate that is below the no new revenue rate. We need a rate that's below the proposed rate. And the reason I say that mainly is because there is money. The new growth, the new construction is exempted from the no new revenue rate calculation. There's no poverty here for the taxing entities. There is growth. And I know you don't get any sales tax. I don't believe you get any sales tax. But adopt a rate that is below the no new revenue rate, not only to offset the other taxing entities, what they're doing to us, but for, and this is for Republicans who are in Harris County and other counties in the state, they need some foothold to be able to say to their elected officials, Tarrant County did this. If they can do it, then you can come down to the no new revenue rate. So hold the line. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that's all the speakers we have. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, it passes 3-2. Now, instead of going straight into A2, we are going to move the briefing item up from JPS, which you will find in item 10.1. We're going to move that up now. Dr. Duncan, why don't you introduce the new CFO to everyone?
I will be glad to do that. Thank you, Judge O'Hare, Commissioner Miles, Commissioner Simmons, Commissioner Kraus, and Commissioner Ramirez for allowing JPS, our new CFO, Kim Hodgkinson, to come and present the fiscal year 2026 budget. I do want to start off by thanking all of you for the support that you provide to JPS for the work that we do. We have had opportunity to meet with each one of you over the past week, and so thank you for taking time from your busy schedule to meet Kim and to gain some insight into how we set our budget for fiscal year 26. I would also like to thank the community that reminds us of how valuable we are to the community and the work that we do. We just completed our first community report, and it's hot off the press, and we brought you each a copy. We will post it on our website for the community to share in all the work that is going on at JPS. And finally, I'd like to thank the team members, over 7,000 team members that come to work every day in providing health care, but more importantly, to improving the health outcomes of the communities that we serve. So with that, I have the clicker here. I know you have new technology. I do have a funny Commissioner Fickus story that I would like to share as you guys were talking about it. But much like you, Commissioner Miles, he would just show up in my office. Usually it was around the time that we were having the Senior Synergy event, and he would not leave until I made a sponsorship. But I learned more about goats.
Good to know. Good to know.
I learned more about the behavior of goats than I really want to know. And when I shared that with my family, they just looked at me like, oh, it's time to commit. But anyhow, I did enjoy our conversations. Where am I pointing this? Or if I can get someone to move it to, it's the clicker, okay. Okay, let me go back. Okay, just briefly before Kim steps in, I want to remind everyone that all the work that we do at JPS is grounded in mission and in strategy, and it is based on strategic priorities, and that includes our budget. We had a great fiscal year 2025. Our strategic priorities included workforce, access, and financial stability. Those same priorities will go into the budget for fiscal year 26. I'm just going to brag a little bit on JPS. JPS is one of the top 10 employers here in Tarrant County. As mentioned, we have over 7,200 team members, many, if not most, that live in Tarrant County that come from your precincts each day. And they come to work each day, again, mission-driven, highly engaged, and have been recognized for the last 2 years, recognized globally for being a workplace excellent. And thank you, Commissioner Kraus, for coming, joining in our ceremony, and giving words of thanks and recognition to our staff.
That's great.
We continue to be one of the largest training sites for future healthcare workers. We have the largest family medicine residency program, and I'm proud to say this is the second year that our family medicine residency program was ranked to #1 in the nation, and so great work that's being done. Regarding access, we provided additional access over this past year with the opening of the Medical Home Southwest, the Roy Brooks Medical Home Southwest in the southwest corner of Tarrant County. And more recently, we had ribbon cutting for additional access in the Las Vegas Trail area through a public-private partnership. And thank you, Commissioner Ramirez, for all of the collaborative efforts that you've done over the years that culminated in the opening of the Las Vegas Trail Clinic. We underwent vigorous reaccreditation and certification that speaks to the high-quality care that's provided at JPS. We underwent an intense 5-day, what's called Joint Commission survey. We also were certified or accredited as a Level 1 trauma center, a Level 4 maternal levels of care, and a stroke designated site, all done, and the staff was commended for the great quality work that they provide. Last, I would say that we invested last year and will continue to invest in technology. We understand that access is not always brick and mortar. We hope by first quarter of next year to move all of our patient information into the cloud. Yes, we have moved into the 21st century. That will allow for enhanced security, but also will allow us to optimize our telehealth, our virtual and digital platform, and to also bring on AI in improving and enhancing efficiencies in the organization. Financial stability or sustainability, I will leave to Kim. She will give you some insight as to the complexity of a safety net hospital financing structure. I will say that we remain financially strong and that we continue to work to improve efficiencies, but more so on some revenue diversification. One of the activities that we took on last year was bringing up a new service line on specialty pharmacy. Those pharmacy provides a lot of our cancer drugs or autoimmune disease treatments, but we were able to build that service line at JPS and to bring in additional revenue to cover some of the cost of the uncompensated care that we provide the community. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Kim, who I think is probably standing patiently behind me. She has only been with JPS for 3 months, but I think all of you have been impressed with how she has really come in and helped set what we feel to be a good budget, a budget that will not cut services next year to JPS, that will allow us to continue to be able to provide additional access through some of our new construction that is going on. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kim to introduce herself and present the fiscal year 2026 JPS budget. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Judge and Commissioners, for the warm Texas welcome. So it's been great. So it's not the first time I see you up here. I will have to say I had a great welcome from some of the county staff, Chandler, your chiefs of staff, and Helen in particular. She's been very helpful. So I want to thank the county staff for welcoming me here also, and then my team at JPS. They've been awesome. Having a new CFO come in is kind of like a, doomsday. It's like, oh my gosh, can she ask one more question? So I just appreciate it. So thank you so much. When we start the budget, Dr. Duncan's talked about our strategic plan, and we balance the strategic plan with all the external forces that we have. And you guys know what's going on. We have state, federal, local, environmental factors that are always influencing where we're going. And the biggest ones right now, of course, the One Big Beautiful Bill. There's some activity going on with 340B, which is the pharmacy discount program that we are able to access in order to help care for more patients in our community. And there's some things going on at the state level around our Medicaid supplemental payments. And so we continue to battle those and want to balance our budget around that. How do we deliver the care, provide an engaged workforce to take care of our patients, because we are a people business, both employment and taking care of them. We want to stay true to our mission, and we want to make sure this budget is foundational as we move forward. In the middle of all of this is how we put our budget together. This triangle represents the bottom-up approach that we do take. We look at the services and the volumes that we're going to take care of and we need to take care of. Even today, we are maxed out in our emergency room today. We are at what's called a surge level 4 today. And we are busy. We do not close our doors. We don't divert patients away because we're busy. We see everyone in the community. And so we start with the volumes, and then we say, what resources do we need to create the revenue these volumes will produce, the expenses or the resources we need to take care of them. Then we'll look at initiatives that we need, and then the capital investment. And there's two pieces to our capital investment. One is the master facility plan, which the taxpayers have supported moving down, which is the building of the new hospital, the medical office building, the central utility plant, which all are breaking ground in the next year. We're excited with the psychiatric emergency center next week, I believe. Yes, next week. We're having the ribbon cutting for that. So a lot going on in our master facility plan, but we also have routine, day-to-day, making sure the elevators are repaired, making sure we have equipment that works. The IT is where it needs to be. So we build it all up, starting with what we're taking care of. As we look at the initiatives that we have in place, in the 4 categories, you'll see workforce, financial sustainability, access, fundamentally being taken care of with technology as we move forward, not all of it. But we are looking at workforce investment, whether it's retraining our workforce as we bring AI in to do certain things, and it's really trying to find those skill sets and help elevate those people. Student training programs, having that top-level residency program in the country to attract physicians to come and work in Tarrant County. Access, the very first one says create capacity for services. We are at full occupancy in the hospital right now, and so we have an average length of stay of about 5.7 days for a patient. We'll be looking to bring that down, but we cannot discharge patients without a place for them to go, or they end up back in the hospital. So we want to make sure that they have a safe place to go, they have the right care where they're going, and so we'll be looking at how we create capacity there, but also in the ambulatory environments. That's out in the community at the clinics, the medical homes that we've created, the urgent care, and how do we make sure that patients can be seen there and we have the providers there for them. From a financial sustainability, we want to look at revenue diversification. Dr. Duncan talked about the specialty pharmacy we added. It's really contributing well to our financial performance. We'll be looking at also how do we make sure we're getting paid appropriately from the payers, the insurance companies, and we'll be working on negotiating with them over the next year. And then technology, we're all hearing it. Technology is foundation. Epic, which is our electronic medical record, will go to the cloud in the early part of the calendar year, and our second core business system, which was HR, finance, and supply chain, is going through a major upgrade to the cloud in June. We're already in process on that. That's an 18-month journey. Both of those are our core systems. We have many other systems, but those are the 2 core systems to take care of our business. And so getting those enabled to be able to take different components and really use them to innovate and provide better care. When we talk about being a people business, so this very first one is the workforce. We are looking at workforce optimization. And what that means is we're looking at how do we use our people in a better way, more efficient way? How do we bring in technology to support them? How do we help upskill them? And so we will be looking at reducing our workforce next year through attrition, but we also know that our workforce is going to shift around a little bit into different skill sets. And so we'll be working through that. You'll see the reduction from 25 projected to 25 budget. We'll go down to just about 7,500 FTEs. And that will be our target with continued workforce optimization into the future. Part of this is also an annual wage increase. We are proposing in our budget a 2.5% annual wage increase. And then we're looking at also some market alignment, moving our minimum wage, increasing that during this next year. We also did some benefit design changes to keep the increases or the employee's share of the benefit down for next year. So we tier them up so the employees at the lower pay scales do not pay the full burden of the increased benefit designs. And we're all feeling increase in healthcare costs across the country, actually. So for workforce, we're looking at how do we optimize, how do we engage, how do we keep our turnover low. It costs us $70,000 every time a nurse turns over to recruit a nurse, get them in, get them trained, get them up to speed for working in our care environment. And this isn't unique to JPS. This is pretty much the dollar across the country. When we look at it, I mentioned being a people business, this is kind of a boring chart, but 60% of our expenses continue to be people. And this is people and the benefits. Then we have purchase services in the green. The next biggest category is supplies and pharmaceuticals. That is one area that we're really looking at. We could see that go up next year, depending on what happens with the initiatives at the federal government. Right now, there's a lot of efforts. We're very actively involved in giving comments to HRSA about this, but this could be an area that we see an increase next year, but we have not budgeted that because we truly believe that we will be able to keep the 340B program intact. Operating expenses. I thought this would be very helpful. For every dollar we receive, this breaks down how it's spent. So 56 cents goes to people. Supplies and pharmaceuticals, 19. You'll see the rest of the categories. Debt service, which is our debt we have, is about 2 cents. That leaves us 5 cents to reinvest, put into capital, and into the future fund. The future fund is the savings account, basically, set aside for our master facility plan that we're building the new hospital and medical office building. So that's what the future fund is. So when we look at revenue, so now we put all the expenses together, but we look at revenue. And going from the bottom up, you go from fiscal 22 up to fiscal 26 budget. The solid blue line is the percent of our revenue that comes from patient revenue. That means billing insurance companies. We've gone from 38% to 46% of our revenue. So almost half is now coming from billing insurance companies. The pink on the right side is the ad valorem revenue as a percent. We've gone from 34% to just over 25% of our revenue is now coming from taxpayer dollars. So we are growing the business. The middle sections, I'm going to tell you the light blue, you're seeing that get smaller. That is our state or Medicaid supplemental payments, and that is getting smaller. It is going down. We had a reduction this year in what's called disproportionate share. We get compensated for our high level of uncompensated care, but that little piece is going down for us. And so that is one of those influences. We know it's going down. Sometimes we get little surprises. So this past fiscal year, we're performing very well. So we got almost $40 million in recoupments and audit adjustments of those light blue section payments. So those happen from time to time, and that's good, but they also happen in the negative direction. And we got one of those this year also. So it's that light blue section is really volatile, hard to project, very state dependent, but state dependent on federal programs. So I just kind of want to throw that in there. But this gives you how our mix of revenue has changed over the past few years. Our ad valorem, I know this is a little busy. This looks at 22 to the 26 budget assumption. Our budget is based on assumption because the tax rate is not set. The solid blue, light blue, are the dollars that go to maintenance and operations of the business from the tax revenue. The dark is what goes towards paying our interest and sinking, or it's our debt payment for the debt we went out for relative to the bond that was issued in 2018.
What are the green numbers?
The green numbers are the total of those two numbers. So for example, in 2022, it was $512 million was the ad valorem tax revenue. The line is the tax rate, and you'll see our current tax rate is 1,825. Our net no new revenue is 17792, and our budget was built on slightly under no new revenue at 17417 or 1742 if you want to round it up. So this is what our budget was built on for the tax revenue, slightly under no new revenue. When we look at capital projects, we have 4 categories that we look at when we budget. We have patient care, which is the equipment, whether it's in surgery, it could be wheelchairs, it could be anything to take care of a patient. Facilities is the light green, that's the maintenance of the facility, and then the teal color is IT, continually investing, particularly in security and upgrading our technology. And we have a small pool of funds for strategic and contingency that we have for the next fiscal year. This all summarized together, bringing it all together, is our income statement. Operating revenues at the top, then operating expenses for an operating income loss. This shows a loss because when we account for it with the auditors, the ad valorem goes under the operating income loss. So we are budgeting a $433 million loss next year. Then the ad valorem at $506 million, and you might say that's different than the $518 we just saw. It's because we paid an assumption in for appeals, into our budget. We have interest expense for our debt. We have investment income. That takes us to a net income of $150 million, or an operating margin, including ad valorem, of 2.9% for the budget for next year. This shows it to you graphically. The green line is our operating margin. These gray are how we're funding the future fund. And the future fund, as a reminder, is the fund to pay for the master facility plan, building the hospital, the MOB, and the structures that are going up relative to that. We expect to invest, or to put away, another $135 million next year. Most of that comes from investment income, but we put it away for next year, and we'll continue to grow that fund till 2030, as long as we continue to perform at least a 2.9% operating margin for the organization. So with that, I would like to conclude and see if the court has any questions.
I do. On that investment income, so that's according, or that's consistent with the cash that we have on hand that we have that's subject to investment. But as we spend that future fund down, I mean, you're budgeting $92 million in investment income next year, but as we spend that fund down, that's going to continue to shrink.
You are correct, it will.
So how do we, I mean, we're not anticipating that in 4 or 5 years, there's a cliff to drop off and you'll ask to raise taxes. Do you think that spending that fund down and the corresponding net incomes that we have, that we're going to be fine with a budget like this?
For fiscal '26, I believe we'll be fine with this budget. I think as we roll out and refresh our strategic plan this fall, and we put together a new 5-year plan, we'll have a better vision of where that looks like in the 5 years. My expectation is for the current master facility plan, as we spend down, the investment income will go down, but we will have it mostly funded before it starts to go down. Now, we can't say what the market's gonna do. We could have another 2008, and it just takes.
I will say I appreciate how you put that slide together, or how you put that articulation together. I know for the first couple of years that I was here, I asked, why is there so much cash on hand? Why is there close to $2 billion? But knowing that there's a plan for each of those dollars to go towards the construction of the new hospital. I don't know why back in 18, the bond amount that was asked for was only $800 million. If they eventually anticipated, maybe they didn't anticipate spending $2.5 billion on a new hospital, but that's all coming from cash on hand.
Correct.
Well, I appreciate it, and welcome to JPS. I have an affinity for JPS. I was born there, and I think that they're one of the best hospitals in the world. And I'm proud of your staff, Dr. Duncan, your staff, and everybody in your department for working long and hard hours to produce a budget under the no new revenue. I mean, I think that's a market achievement, and it's only been a reality for our hospital system over the last 3 years. Prior to that, they'd never had a budget under the no new revenue rate. And now this is going to be 3 years in a row. So I certainly appreciate all of the effort that y'all make and the effort that you're going to make in the future to continue to perform this way. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions for them, for JPS? Because we do have something from budget, our budget.
No questions, just a comment. Kim, welcome to Tarrant County. I think you've done a great job getting up to speed in a very short amount of time, and appreciated the time over at the office, so thank you.
Thank you.
And I too would like to welcome you, Kim, to JPS in Tarrant County, and I would like to commend you and Dr. Duncan and your team for all of the work that you did to come up with this budget under the no new revenue rate. You ought to be commended, and I thank you.
You know what, I do have one question, and that question is interest income last year. Can you tell me what you earned?
Our interest income was about 3.4% last year.
Okay.
No. Just a sec, let me get the numbers right. Last year, we were above 4. This year, we're at about 3.4%, and we're budgeting 3.8.
Do you have access while you're here to
I'll tell you,
tell us?
I wrote it down.
To tell us what you earned last year exactly?
Yes.
And while you're looking, Kim, is she over there? I can't see her. Can you tell me what Tarrant County earned last year, percentage-wise?
I can tell you what we're earning right now.
Okay.
An average of 4.37.
Okay. So I know you just got here. What's your number?
So in '24, we were at 4.9%.
4.9.
And this year, right now, my most recent numbers I have is 2 months old, are at 3.3 with a budget of 3.8. I will say that I'm in the middle of an RFP process in reviewing our investment strategy, so I just want to put that out on the table.
Good. I think I would encourage you, get with these folks. The rates we have through TextPool, which I know y'all are in some in TextPool, but like the favorable rates we have with Chase Bank on what they pay us, I don't think y'all are getting the same rates from the bank that you bank with. And so there's an opportunity there for me. I just did some quick math in my head this morning. If you increased it 1% on $1 billion in cash, that alone right there is $10 million. And I think and I know you just got here, I think JPS is leaving some money on the table through the banking relationship. So we can leverage our relationship with our bank to make sure y'all are getting the same kind of deal. If they use the same bank. If you don't, it's something probably worth switching if your bank won't deal with that.
Great, thank you.
All right, anything else for them?
Yes.
So the hospital district's FY '26 budget has assumed a tax rate of 17.42?
Yes,
417, right?
yeah, 17417.
Yep.
Okay, which is below the no new revenue rate.
Correct.
I think you said 1779. And the current JPS tax rate is
1825.
1825. And you've gone below the no new revenue rate for 2 years, and this would be the third. How much longer can you do that without affecting the services we provide our constituents?
That's a very good question, Commissioner. And I think with all the headwinds that we're facing right now, this next 12 months is going to yield a lot more to answer that question about what happens at the federal level for the monies that we get. That 46% of revenue that comes from insurance companies, which includes Medicare and Medicaid, we have to see what happening to these programs and what changes. In the worst case scenario, we would not be able to go down more. I would hate to bring it down and in 2 years come back and need to raise taxes again.
Right. Okay. I would hate that too. So prior to lowering it below no new revenue, you had not increased your tax rate in how many years?
I can't answer that question. It's a couple years.
Yes.
Increases never.
Okay.
I think the tax rate went up from 22 to 23 by about 3 pennies.
Yeah.
So once. All right, thank you.
On the no new revenue rate, and I think the encouraging part there, we think about that and think about the headwinds, but the encouraging part is that chart that you showed where your percentage of total revenues coming from the ad valorem has shrunk from 35% to now 27, 28. That's very encouraging. Dr. Duncan and I spoke about this several years ago, and I think with increased capacity and the new hospitals, I think JPS is going to market itself as one of the top options for private payers to come in. I mean, the more hips and knees and shoulders you do, the less revenue comes from those who aren't paying private pay, just in the aggregate. So, I mean, I don't think that it's all doom and gloom. Capital investment. I would say if we don't have a $2.5 billion hospital build on the horizon, perhaps there would be some concern in my mind. But I think knowing that you're planning with the dollars we have in hand to construct those facilities, and then also at the same time, the efficiencies that we're finding to be able to change that ratio, I think that all signs are pointing to good. So I'm very encouraged by what I see. And I think I don't think Dr. Duncan would propose a tax rate below no new revenue if she didn't think it was responsible for the hospital. That's just in our conversation, she's always been very direct and frank with me, so.
Yes, so we build the facilities, but we will always have M&O. So we have to have, you have staff, you have maintenance and operations. I mean, they have to have the revenue. I promise you, this won't be the last year that we'll be asking you or expecting you to come under no new revenue. And so we have to be realistic here. How often can you do that and not affect services and people, the staff, the patients? And we have to ask ourselves that question. We can't keep doing this. And y'all need to tell us, we can't keep doing this, you know. Quit saying we'll make it work, because I don't think that's fair to those who are considered the least of these and need the services there.
All right, anything else for JPS folks? All right, so budget, I've asked Matt to take a look at their budget and look at it over the course of several years and to just give us a general overview and show us numbers from multiple years.
Are you saying look at JPS's budget? Yes, ma'am, okay.
Yeah.
Yes. So what I did, first I
Well,
want
I
to
asked budget to do it. I don't.
Yes, yeah, I got tasked. So, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to present what we worked with, or going through the historical information from JPS. I was comparing their budgeted figures to their actuals. And first, I want to recognize that JPS does not budget the way the county budgets. The county budgets with a balanced budget. They're doing a balancing budget, where the triangle that she mentioned before. So whenever we look at their figures, we're looking at different indicators than what we would look for at the county. We're looking at revenues, expenses, and they operate on a margin, which is their net income. And so I compared what JPS has been budgeting for versus what they actually received for a few fiscal years. And on this first slide, I want to point out a couple of key information on that top row under fiscal year 25. JPS under budgeted their revenue by 78 million, or 6%. They under budgeted their expenses by 17 million, or approximately 1%. And overall, their net income, that very bottom line, they under budgeted their net income, which is their margin, by almost 100 million, or 72%. Excuse me. So after looking at fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25, I decided to do a little bit of a deeper dive and go back to fiscal year 21. On fiscal year 21, just looking at revenue, expenses, and net income, they under budgeted again on revenue by almost 17%, under budgeted on expenses by almost 2%, and their net income, they had an additional 327 million in net income for fiscal year 21, which was 302%. Now, I do recognize fiscal year 21 was coming out of COVID. A lot of interesting things going on, a lot of additional monies being received from the federal government. And so we went into fiscal year 22. And the through line you will see here as we go through this is historically, we under budget, JPS under budgets on revenue, and they under budget on net income. Their expenses are pretty static. They hit that on the head most times, between a variance of 2 to 4%. But on fiscal year 22, just looking at net income, they under budgeted by 112 million, or 71%. Fiscal year 23, again, under budgeted net income by 251 million, or 222%. And so on in 24 was 336, and 25 was that number I mentioned earlier, the 238 million in additional. To get to an overall difference here, I'm just looking at net income here. Over those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fiscal years, and fiscal year 25, I will remind, is a projected amount, not finals. That's what JPS projects to be. They have under budgeted in total $793 million, or 167%. If you just take out fiscal year '21 as an outlier, that's still 140% or $547 million in additional net income that they did not budget for when they presented their budgets to Commissioners Court. This last slide is kind of just bullet points of what we went through just now. The last one I want to mention is on the very bottom, which is that JPS historically has stated a goal of 1% operating margin. So throughout all of the different hospital districts, their operating margin is considered very healthy at 1 to 2%, extremely healthy at 3%. Their operating this year, they're projected for '25 is 6.9%. And I think budgeted throughout the years, or next year's anticipated amount is 2.9%. So overall, through the numbers, the through line is the historically under budget revenue and under budget for net income. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Looking at these, this goes back to fiscal year '21,
Yes, sir.
which is voted on in 2020.
Yes, sir.
So 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, we would be voting on the budget for '26. So you've had the ability to look at 6 different budgets and actuals on 5 of them.
Yes.
I guess actuals on 4 of them, projected
Projected,
actuals, which were less than a month left, so it should be pretty close.
Yes, sir.
What is your overall take on what you're seeing?
Overall take, based on the numbers, like I stated before, they are in a very healthy position. I think we don't have enough information to justify the amount of net income they're receiving. And that could be going to the future fund, it could be going to their capital improvement. But I don't know from a cash flow statement why they have to have that amount of net income.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions for Matt?
And just to clarify, net income is everything, I mean, all the services, all the surgery, everything they're doing. If they had $5 extra net income, they would have been able to provide all the services and do everything they need to. Net income is just the surplus over any budgetary needs for that year. Because I know Commissioner Miles and others were talking about not wanting to reduce services or make sure we don't do that, and I don't want to do that either. But that 151 or 151 million is just surplus revenue?
Yeah, so it's revenues less expenses. And revenues includes operational and taxes.
Now, what they intend to do with the excess revenue
is future fund.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
But yes.
Okay.
All right. Anything else for Matt?
No, sir.
Matt, you have these slides?
I do, yes, ma'am.
Did you just come up with this?
Yesterday I did, yes, at the request of the judge, we prepared the slides.
Okay, just yesterday's. Okay. Could you forward them to me?
Absolutely.
They're in your packet too.
Um,
They should be in your red packet,
Oh,
in your red folder.
Okay. If you could email.
All right. Anything else for Matt?
I'll opine, it's not really for you, Matt, but I think that looking through their numbers, I mean, where they've historically overperformed was in net patient revenue. I think that's, as I was talking earlier about all of the private payer, I know over at least the last several years, they've been able to perform better there. And I think at the end of the day, budgeting for net income is one thing. Actually achieving net income on a flat balanced budget is another. But achieving net income over your budgeted net income is always something to be applauded because their ad valorem net income or their ad valorem revenues are not going up. I mean, they're going to receive what they're budgeting as far as ad valorem revenue goes, but that just means they're performing very well. Remember, they're a hybrid system where they do have private payers and they do have private operations, and so I think that's to be applauded. They're to be applauded for that. Now, I think the question or the philosophical question is on the net income, the expenditures on capital, futures fund, the new hospitals, and all that. I mean, I think that's the topic of discussion, or asking them to produce a balanced budget year over year. And I think a balanced budget produced could possibly still produce 150 million in net revenue. Just explicitly state that that's going towards the future fund. You're budgeting for that capital in future years. I think that's the better way to understand it, in my mind anyways.
No, absolutely, and I agree. And I think what really gave me I guess why I needed more information is because of the variance between what they budgeted for net income versus what they received. Because there is a through line, and I do recognize that is a volatile income stream, right? That operational side is very volatile. But just going back 5 years, you can pretty consistently see that it is under budgeted for that revenue. And so those wide swings are what gave me pause.
All of these numbers that you have given us today, put in the slides, put up here, where do they come from?
They came from presentations from JPS to this court and their actual audited financial statements.
So I had put together the last 2 years, something sort of similar, not as thorough or as good as this, but you got your own numbers from JPS budgets and actuals.
Yes, sir.
All right.
He did it in a day.
He did, yeah, well, don't we wish we could all be Matt, so, all right.
So to me, are we saying, I mean, this comes across as if JPS purposefully under budgeted.
No, ma'am, I'm not giving any indication of what JPS is doing, just what the numbers represent.
And so Kim talked about the uncertain revenue sources. So you're just presenting numbers, I guess is going to be your response.
Yes, ma'am. Any more in-depth answer would have to come from Ms. Hodgkinson. From Kim.
Okay. Did you all want to come back up and speak to this, Kim or Dr. Duncan?
So healthcare, as Matt even noted, is tough to budget. You pick your volumes, you project where you think your volumes are going to go. You also have to project your payer mix. What types of patients am I going to see? What is Medicare going to do to my payment rates? What is the state going to do to my payment rates? Then you put your budget together based on the resources you need. You also don't know when they're going to give you gifts or take things away. So this past year, Matt showed you that we are projected to make about $58 million from net income versus a budget of about $138. It's about a $100 million swing. Well, our volumes went through the roof this year, and they continue to stay there. We're at capacity. That's $50 million of that $100 million variance. We also got about $46 million of one-times that we couldn't budget for because we didn't know they were happening. So we got another $46 million in. We will not get that again next year. We got a $16 million favorable adjustment in our pension expense because the interest rate at our measuring period allowed that adjustment. So that shows up. We did get a negative. We got a $60 million hit to our disproportionate share payment for the year. We also managed to bring down our costs of non-labor, and we brought our contract labor down. So it brought our labor costs down as well as our non-labor costs down. All those things were the efforts of the colleagues of JPS. Some of them are the efforts of things we don't control. So I can just speak to 25. That budget was the best budget put together at the time they put a budget together, because that's the best you get. The net income, I do want to comment on that. Net income is what we use to fund the future fund for the future build, because it's all coming from operations except for the $800 million authorized by the taxpayers. It's also our routine capital needs that we need for the organization, and it's also the debt payment that we make at $30 million a year. And so that net income is what creates and sustains us from the non-income statement items, so the capital investments, the longer-term investments. We keep our days cash on hand at 180 days, which is below the benchmark for a Moody's AA-rated organization. It's always something that can be discussed later, but right now that is the policy for JPS, and that is really what's needed, particularly when we come into situations like the COVID. We didn't know the pandemic was going to happen. And so that just gives you a little color on 25. There's similar stories for the prior years. COVID had a lot of FEMA and CARES Act money. So to Matt's point, he's just reporting on numbers. I think getting the stories that goes behind the numbers is very important. So I hope giving you some color on 25 was helpful.
Thank you.
So if we have net income of $151 million this next year, you'll feel very comfortable with all those extra, the capital improvements, future funds, and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So if you simply put $150 million, we have I say 50 million for capital, it's 46. 50 million, we have 30 million for debt, so that's 80 million of that, and the rest for the future fund, as long as we can keep the returns coming through on investments.
So based off the numbers of what's happened the last 5 or 6 years, where it seems like we always come in above for various reasons. I'm not saying JPS ever is doing anything wrong. It's just that's the way it ends up. I'm trying to think of being good steward of the taxpayer dollars. Is it right for me to think, okay, if we're trying to get to 151 and we know every year we get at least 50, 60, 70, 80 million dollars more than we had budgeted for in net income, can we lower that tax rate a little bit more so that we're basing it off a tax rate to where the net income might be 120, 115 million, knowing we're going to make up all that money because we've seen it, 6 or 7 years in a row. And as long as we hit that 151 million number, we should be good. Is that flawed thinking anyhow, or is that, am I not approaching it the right way?
You're sort of approaching it correct, but unfortunately that side of the revenue for us is not linear, so you can't say 1 + 1 is 2, it might be -1. So for example, we've been getting these recoupments and these audit adjustments, which have been favorable, and these positives. This year we got a $60 million negative. Fortunately, we had volume to offset it. So the question would be, if we were to bring those numbers down, would it be right in 2 years when we go back to the taxpayers, because we can't project those numbers? We can't. I mean, we've tried.
I agree.
And so we would have to ask for an increase in the tax rate if we wanted to continue to fund the future fund from operations.
Okay.
So this next 5 years is pretty volatile and moving forward to fund the new facilities.
Do you know what a penny turns into in terms of revenue?
29 million.
29 million. So I'm just saying, so if we went a penny below 17 point, whatever it is now, 41. So again, I was looking at it like 151 million. If we go a penny below, that's almost 30 million less. So that's still going to give you a net income of 120 million. Also thinking that you're probably going to recoup that anyway. I guess I'm just kind of thinking out loud, doing the numbers in my head, but I don't know. 120 million net income sounds really good to me for a public hospital. And we had this discussion all the time down in Austin. I think we even talked about this, the rainy day fund, right? At what point does the rainy day fund get too full, right? And you need to return some of that money back to the taxpayers. So that's just kind of the thought process that I'm doing, but I appreciate that.
You know, my thought on the equating the futures fund to the rainy day fund is we know with certainty that the futures fund is going to be drawn down. That's my concern on net revenue, or on interest revenues, is that what they're making interest on today will not be what they're making interest on in 4 to 5 years. And so it's not a rainy day fund where, you know, it's just for you know, things that may be unexpected. They're budgeting, you know, over $2 billion, $1.5 billion to build a new hospital. And so I am very apprehensive to do anything that would cause them to come back in a couple of years because something's gone awry, or I mean, the government, federal government system has changed, or something's happened, and I do think in the future, and we'll have this discussion probably together, but in the future, it may be worthwhile to have a working session with your board and our board prior to this. I do not like asking you to come up here and defend your budget. You've been on the job 3 months, and I don't know. I think that this is a conversation that could happen in a working session or something to work out these kinks on the cent, but this is the first time I've heard apprehension about this. I applaud you for getting below no new revenue.
Yeah, and I do too, and I hope none of my questions come across. I'm just starting to see this packet with all this overages, and I'm thinking, if we always go over by a substantial amount, could we bring that tax rate down a little bit in order to, because I think you're right. I see what you're saying about the rainy day fund and the difference on that. The rainy day fund, you're just socking it away. This one, you know. So if we're targeting to 151 million for this year, couldn't we lower that rate a little bit, knowing that we always get excess revenue based on this chart from 2021 onward?
Let me chime in here. Just, we're going to hit that in the next segment. So,
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Now we're going to move to that so we can discuss it. And that is item 9A2, action concerning the submission of the Tarrant County Hospital District's no new revenue and voter approval tax rates for tax year 2025, discussion of a proposed tax rate for tax year 2025, and take a record vote on the proposed tax rate, and if necessary, call public hearings and or post notices regarding the tax rate. So there's a couple of things that I want to mention, and what I would ask everyone on the court to do, respectfully, is just listen and not start finding ways to argue against the things that come out of my mouth, because I think it gets to a point where it makes sense for everyone. So when we voted in 2023 to reduce the tax rate below no new revenue, no services of any kind were cut, none, zero. When we voted to cut the rate below no new revenue in 2024 for this budget, no services of any kind were cut. The proposed budget that they have a rate below no new revenue is no cuts to services. No vital services are interrupted in any way, shape, or form. So what we're really talking about here when setting a tax rate is, we're talking about how much profit that the hospital district gets to make to apply towards future capital projects, the tower, the remaining parts of the project. So if you just said, based on the last 6 years of what they have budgeted and then what actually happened, you literally could take that tax rate down from 17.417 to something like 13 cents, and they would still come out with their 150 million in profit. And what they're budgeting is 151 million in profit. So in 21, it's called net, they call it net income, profit, whatever you want to say. In 21, the net income budget was 81.3 million. They missed it by 246 million, okay? 22, they budgeted a net income of 65 million, 65.5, and they missed that guess by 47 million in additional profit. 2023, they budgeted net income at 78 million. Their actual realized was 252 million. This time, the profit was 163 million more than budgeted. 2024, their net income budgeted was 109 million. Actual, 336 million. They missed that one by 225 million. Fiscal year 25, two of you weren't on the court. We had set a ceiling at 18.75, and then 2 weeks later, we voted to lower it to 18.25. It was a 4-to-1 vote. You may remember consternation from board members, and I don't want to say consternation out of JPS other than the board. That might not be a fair statement, but consternation over, oh, look what you've done. You've cut about $14 million out of our profit. Well, what happened? The budget, 138 million. I think we made a change at the last minute that knocked that down $14 million. And what are they actually projecting? 238 million, 100 million more than the original budget. So I think we've seen enough years to say, okay, we see that they are under budgeting the by literally hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. So before anybody goes the direction of, if you cut the rate to X, pick X, whatever it is, that's going to take money out of the hands of the poor, out of the hands that people need it. That's just not accurate or honest. It just isn't. It's either a lack of understanding of the numbers or it's just political rhetoric. And so, Commissioner Miles, with all due respect to you, when we're talking about the cost of housing going up, well, one of those key factors in the cost of housing going up is property taxes. And last I checked, Republicans, Democrats, and apolitical people pay the property taxes. So I remember this discussion, maybe it wasn't last year, maybe it was 2 years before. There was kind of this, you're either for JPS or you're for the taxpayer. And I don't believe the two are mutually exclusive in the slightest. I believe that based on the numbers we've seen and based on their proposed budget, I believe you can be pro-taxpayer and pro-JPS, which is what I think prior to you two arriving, I think that's what this court was for the last 2 years. So I say that. I think really the last couple of things I'll add is we talked about the interest income. I think they can do better. I have no doubt they will pick up the phone, call our people, work with them, and try to figure out a way to do that. I don't know why on earth they wouldn't. But then there's another piece of the capital plan that I would tell you that is just left sitting there, and we're not voting on this today, but I want you all to know it in case you're unaware or you haven't thought of it. So in the capital plan, which is basically no more than the Blue Ribbon Committee report from 8 years ago with no adjustments to the actual document itself. There's been financial adjustments along the way and projections. But when you look at that, they have $35 million in that plan to tear the old building down. And then when I asked, well, have you looked at selling it or renting it or leasing it? The answer was no. I've come to find out from the former program manager that when that idea was broached to whoever it was broached to inside JPS Executive Management, that when that idea was given, this is a way for significant cost savings, I've come to learn, if what I'm being told is accurate, is that was poo-pooed by JPS executives because they didn't want to look at an old ugly tower. And I wasn't there for that conversation, so I don't know if that's what was said. I'm just telling you what's been told to me, and I don't know why they would have a reason to lie to me. So there is, just on the interest alone and that $35 million, that can be potentially sold to another hospital, another medical group. It can be used for future expansion. There may be a scenario not too far down the road where our hospital becomes full again. And now, does anyone know from JPS, not that they've shared with us, does anyone know what it would cost to keep that thing up if they couldn't rent it out or couldn't sell it? So I think of things like the Astrodome. Personally, I don't think the Astrodome was a good thing to keep open the way they've done it. It's falling apart, but they keep maintaining it. But then you look at Choctaw Stadium in Arlington, they've actually been able to use that to make money and still provide services and do some good stuff. So it hasn't been explored enough. It needs to be explored, and it's quite possible that it's so beyond repair, nobody would want to spend a dime. Nobody would want to take it on, but they don't know yet. And that's leaving a gargantuan amount of money on the table. So now that I have said all of that, so the last thing I'll say, and then I'm going to make a motion, and the last thing I'll say is this. I think it is bad government, whoever is doing it or proposing it, we don't want to lower the tax rate when we know we can, because we might have to raise it in 2 years or 3 years or 4 years. I don't think that's a good way to manage money. That's not how you manage your own money. That's not how businesses manage their money. And the idea, and so I can see it in the audience, oh, here it is, you're taking stuff out of JPS. No, you're not. You're treating the exact same number of people. You're putting in the same exact tower, same exact hospital. You're just saying, hey, we know what's going to happen with this budget. And I will be the first person to stand up and say, and this is just the 6 years we know of. I can't wait for, in fact, this will be a project for y'all to do. Go back and look at the 10 years before that. I can't wait to see what that shows, but at the end of the day, if there's $28 million or $14 million or $36 million less of their profit, it does not negatively impact services in any way, shape, or form. And if you have an opportunity to reduce it now, you should. That's my view. So this is my motion. I'm going to make my motion. My motion is that we adopt a tax rate for JPS of 16.5 cents.
Jesus.
Which is less than 1 penny below the one that was in their budget. And instead of them having a profit in their budget of $151 million, that would take them down to a profit in their budget of approximately 124 million and change. So that is my motion.
I'll second that, based off the fact of the last 6 or 7 years that whatever we budget for, we take in substantially more money. So I think we will hit that 151 that they're targeting, even with a rate of 16.5.
Is this setting the ceiling, or is this voting on the established tax rate?
That's my
Setting the ceiling. The adoption of the tax rate will be at the September 16th meeting of the Commissioners Court.
So is your motion to set the ceiling at 16.5?
Correct. Yes.
So we don't know the story behind the numbers that you talked about outside the 2025 numbers presented here today, plus the numbers post-2020 are convoluted by COVID funds, infusion from the federal government. We're sitting here penalizing good leadership. If her budget was trash and a deficit budget, we'd be all over. But her budget's fine. She's bringing in money. We're building these new towers. Materials costs will increase, so on and so forth. Then you have to operate the thing. This is insanity. And then to attempt to drop it that drastically it's poor leadership. It's poor governance.
Well, it's exactly what we did last year, dropping at 14 million, and then what they received after dropping at 14 million was an additional 114 million over what we dropped it. So your rhetoric just doesn't back up. It's just not backed up by the facts.
My
It just isn't.
rhetoric, my position backs up my vote last year. So if JPS comes back and says, we need to increase our tax rate, would you ever be supportive of that if the numbers show that?
Well, there would be a whole lot to learn and know to figure out what the scenario is there. As you obviously know, as a general rule, I'm not for increasing tax rates. But what if they brought back a budget and said, hey, we think we need to raise it? What are the other 50 things you could look at to not raise it? I mean, and with a budget the size of theirs, I mean, over $1 billion, there's always things you can do different. And they hired a group that the board approved to go in and figure out ways to deal with attrition and not have as many people as they have. And what Dr. Duncan told me, literally the first time I think I ever visited with her back in 2022, was they were too top heavy. And they had too many VPs and CIs and CEs, and they're working to try to deal with that by not laying anyone off. And I applaud their efforts. I would tell you, they run it well. And so this is, and when they passed their budget, the budget was very clear. The motion was very clear. Here's the budget subject to Commissioner's Court tax rate. So the only thing we're talking about changing in the budget is the profit number, nothing else.
So Judge, I'll ask this, so on point 165, for what you'd like to set the ceiling at, they haven't gone back and they haven't set their budget to that tax rate. They've set their budget to no new revenue rate or below no new revenue rate, which when we have our discussions periodically throughout the year, and the discussion is, what would you, in a perfect world, like to see the tax rate be? My answer is always below no new revenue rate. It's not a specific number, it's not because we don't know. We don't know property values are coming out, we don't know. But my answer is always below no new revenue. And so they hit that mark for me. So I don't feel right about wholesale saying this is the number you should peg to, but perhaps we set the ceiling at their budget number with the expectation that when we set their ultimate rate in 2 weeks or whenever we do it, when we set their rate, we're expecting to go down further, so that they have time in the interim to go back and craft a budget to what they believe the actual expectation might be. It may not all be from net income. That net income number may not be what's only affected. They may go back and strategize and do something different. But my point is, if we give them a clear expectation on the front end so that we're not essentially asking them to spend months and months crafting a budget. You know how hard it is for Helen and team to craft a budget. Spending months and months to craft a budget only to ask them to reverse course and do something different in 2 weeks. I know from your perspective it's probably different because it's net income. They're not balancing the budget like we do, but they are balancing it to what they believe they need for the future construction. So my preference is to set a tax rate ceiling at what they've prepared the budget for, which is still below no new revenue, and then communicate to them that there's an expectation that we will cut it when we ultimately set the rate.
So the number of 17.417, that was the placeholder that they had to put some number on it to produce the property tax revenue. Assuming they don't even go, let's just say they hit their budget for the first time in 7 years on their actual revenue, which, I mean, I don't know how many more times. This is a little bit, and I don't mean this intentionally, so maybe this is a bad analogy, but this is a little bit like Lucy holding the football out for Charlie Brown, and then it keeps getting pulled. And so I don't know how many more times we're gonna say, oh, this is probably the right revenue. Ultimately, at 151, that's still higher than they budgeted every year for their profit of the last 6 years. So even if you are of the opinion that this year may be the year they only hit the 151, the profit is still significantly higher this year than every other year. So if you voted no and said, okay, we're gonna set a ceiling, they didn't pick the ceiling of 17.417 off of some magic thing. There's no magic number to must have 151 million in profit, none. And let's just say they hit their actual budget. Let's say they hit it, the revenue was 151 million. And this action is, let's say it knocks it down 27 million. Okay, that's still 124 million in profit just on the interest savings and the building potential savings alone. That more than covers that. So we can have we can vote for 17.417, which was pulled out of a hat. We can vote for that now. And then now we're right back here in 2 weeks. And I think what you're saying is, will they have a meeting of their group to decide how they're gonna deal with the budget? Last year when we did this, and we knocked it down, they went back and adjusted their budget after the fact. So I don't know what the 2 weeks is gonna do. They can also, during the middle of the year, they can decide after they've passed a budget to adjust what they're doing in the budget that way. So just, okay, let's vote on this budget in a week and a half. Let's get a meeting together, hope we can get the whole group, have it, and then knowing y'all gonna come in and do this, well, they could still change their budget mid-year, 1 month in. I mean, there's so many different opportunities to change it and modify it. We do it almost every court meeting. I just don't know what we're buying. And I don't know that them coming in and saying, okay, we've looked at it and we've decided, I mean, I would be stunned beyond belief, but I can't imagine they're going to come in and say, no, we got to have 151 million in our profit, so we're going to take 27 million out of vital services. I mean, we know they're not going to do that, and nobody here wants them to.
Well, that's my question also. Maybe it's more of a discussion about how they're pegging net income. And so how they're pegging the dollar amount that they believe they need. Now, obviously, again, all of the difference in their budget is based upon net patient revenue. So private payers, the increase, I mean, they overshot 12%, 7%. And then in the last year, it was investment income. They budgeted 95, they hit 124, but it's because they're carrying so much cash. Again, my concern is they just approved $300 to $400 million in expenditures for those towers. That net income's gonna, or that investment income's gonna take a nosedive no matter what rates they're going to get. So the economic
But
environment.
they've adjusted for that in their budget.
No, but the economic environment to hit 30% is not there. 30% over their budgeted investment income revenue is not there any longer. But I'll say that the question about what's appropriate to budget for net income, and I articulated, or I have it in my mind, not as profit. It's not a private company that's making profit. It's a business that's planning for capital expenditures. So they're essentially putting those in that bucket. My question is, I certainly don't want to be the person that's responsible for saying, this is the appropriate number for your capital expenditures when you're responsible for building these towers. Your board is responsible for managing y'all's budget, but we're doing it from up here when they've already gone through that exercise. They had an entire budget retreat to determine that 150 was an appropriate number. Now, the discussion about whether or not 150 is actually what they're going to hit, maybe somebody's got a back of the napkin where they say, well, we really think we're going to hit 230, but let's budget for 150. My point is, if that's the consideration, who are we to say you should only budget for 120 for your capital program versus 150? That's what I'm saying. But we can't be certain that they're going to hit it, just like we can't be certain if they're going to go under.
I move to amend that motion to set the JPS proposed rate, the ceiling at 17417.
All right, so there's a motion to amend the motion on the floor. Can you make a motion to amend a motion on a rate to a different rate? I think you can either vote for the rate or not vote for the rate, and then you make a motion to do that after that fails.
This becomes a question of whether it is a proper amendment when it invalidates the underlying main motion.
Yeah,
And
I
so
don't really think that's an amendment.
It's a substitution.
Yeah.
it would be a question as to whether there is anything then for the main motion to accomplish if it's amended such that it's negated entirely then.
Can you look it up?
Sure. I am vaguely aware of the rule of improper amendment, and I will pull the number for you right now.
So,
Because then I can make a motion to
Well,
amend her motion to
I mean, it's,
16.5.
yeah, I don't think that's doable.
Yeah.
So, I'll just, I'll
So,
go-
wait,
I'm
wait,
sorry, I'm
let
sorry.
him, let
He-
him.
I'm going to talk to him while he's looking it up. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I get your point of I don't want to be the one that tells them why it should be this or that. The number they came to is not scientific. They don't have a plan for it's 151 here, and next year it's 172, and next year it's 148. If it is, they haven't sent a single thing to us to show us. We don't have a thing. But I would go back to, do you want to be the one that votes to overtax our taxpayers when you see what has happened for 6 years in a row? I think we know what's going to happen. And if it doesn't, then we make an adjustment at that time. And I think basically you're, if you vote against this, you can say, I think JPS needs more money, whatever the case may be. But you are looking at a fact pattern year after year after year after year and saying, this is the year that's not going to happen. So if this year they do what they did last year and they make 100 million more than they did the year before, are you going to feel good about that? And I would say based on what we know, which seems more likely? that they'll hit the 151 or that it'll go up. And that's why I made the whole motion to begin with, so.
Well, and I would say, I think you make a good point on not letting them tell us what they need, but I feel like they've told us that with the 151. And I've just gotten comfortable after looking at all these 5-6 years of saying, oh, they're going to get way more than 27, 28 million from what they're budgeted in and what the net income's going to be. If this was a drastic reduction, I didn't think they would hit that 151. I'd be a little bit more timid, but I feel like they'll hit it based off the last 6 years of performance.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with your rationale on any of this. My point is, this is a process that probably should not happen in one day. I mean, it's a process where if we have concerns with this, they've pegged that rate, and then we can perhaps have a workshop and discussion about this on where it goes back to. I just don't think it's fair to the staff at JPS who spend a lot of time on this, just like our budget folks do. And if they're saying, I mean, and like I said, we have a completely different system. We are budget neutral. But their net revenue side, every single one of those dollars is supposed to go towards something future in capital. It's just like if we want to build a new jail and we want to plan for it, and we want to budget $50 million next year towards, building a new jail in 5 years, whatever we want to say. It's no different in my opinion there. So I don't argue with the rationale, and quite frankly, I agree that they probably will overperform if given the 150 number. I just think, just like a private business where if you overperform, the money goes back to the shareholders. Your taxpayers are the shareholders. But I don't think JPS is set up to where they're spending anything that's not to the benefit of the taxpayers.
Exactly.
So every dollar that's in their coffers, they're not spending it on things that don't benefit the taxpayers one way or the other.
And that's a question I had for JPS. Do y'all mind coming up while he looks that up?
Do you have an answer?
I do. Under 1222, improper amendments are defined as a variety of things, but one of note here is an improper amendment would be one that merely makes the adoption of the amended question equivalent to a rejection of the original motion. So in other words,
Okay.
In other words, what?
In other words, if it flips the main motion on its head so that it is the complete reverse of what it was, that would potentially be an improper amendment.
Okay, what's the motion I should make?
If you are proposing a different tax rate, it would likely be a proper action to state it as another motion and receive a second for that, rather than an amendment for the main motion currently on the floor.
So vote on this one, and then if another motion is made after that, that's when you can take that up.
The body can have two competing motions on the floor, but in terms of voting preference, it would go whichever motion received a second first, and then if it would still be possible to vote on the second motion, again, if they're not so in conflict that they can't be resolved, you can go on to vote for the second motion at that point.
Okay.
I want to add some questions for them, or I want to hear your feedback.
Sure.
Kim or?
I would like to address the arbitrary statement about where the tax rate came from. And the tax rate was, we build the budget from the bottom up. We looked at all the initiatives, how we take care of these patients, and then we said, what ad valorem do we need in order to make sure in the next 5 years we can fund the future fund and our routine capital needs. So it wasn't arbitrary. I actually said, can I keep those dollars flat for the taxpayers? Do I need to come in at no new revenue, or is it just keeping it flat from this year to next year for us?
How did you come up with the 151 million?
I came up with 151 million. We have a 5-year plan that was developed a couple of years ago for the master facility plan. When we had the increase in dollars that you're aware of, I took that plan and did a projection, and we were functioning that we needed a 2.1% operating margin before to fund the plan. Now we need 2.9% operating margin moving forward. And when I look at 2.9% for the next 5 years, and I look at investment income going down as we spend, because we're in design development right now, that means we're gonna start breaking down, so we're gonna start breaking ground, spending cash faster than we've been spending it. And I did a relatively short projection on it. We are updating this projection this fall with our strategic plan. But
Do you have a 5-year revenue projection?
Yes, it's pretty flat for us.
Do you have a 5-year expense projection?
Yes, and that will continue to
Is
go
there any
up.
reason you haven't shared that with our budget office or the Commissioners Court?
I have not shared it with them because one, I've not been asked for it, and two, I want to take this fall to refine it since I'm new to the organization.
Okay. You've also been asked for a copy of the capital plan, the facilities plan. And I think what we understood from Friday is there is no actual capital plan, but there's lines inside the budget that are supposed to support the capital plan, or the capital plan is the Blue Ribbon Committee's vote from 2017.
So there are two plans I think we talked about on Friday. One is the routine capital plan, which we have items for, which I actually had shared.
Is it a plan or is it a budget item? There's
Those
a
are,
difference.
those are routine annual items that need to be taken care of in the next
Okay,
fiscal.
but let me ask that question just to make sure we're clear. Is it a plan or is it a budget item?
So for the master facility plan, we have a plan.
Okay, and we had asked on Friday for you to share that. Have you shared it?
No, because I said on Friday I would not have it ready till this week. Because people were out of town on vacation, I could
Okay.
not get to it. I
Okay.
apologize. We will get it to you.
All right, do you have other questions?
No.
Okay.
I think Dr. Duncan wants to share or say something. I'd like to hear from her.
I appreciate the conversation today. As Commissioner Ramirez outlined, we every month go through our financials with our board. It is our board that receives that. We also update them on our master facility plan. And we also go into a full-day retreat as to what's driving the budget for the following year and what we will need in order to be able to meet the needs, not only of the next fiscal year, we also have to consider the future needs. And for us right now, I think the elephant in the room is the master facility plan. I think it would look very differently if we did not have that master facility plan. And so all excess, and that is, you used the word that we're not scientific, much like the county, we spend a lot of time. We start 6 months after our fiscal year begins to begin building the budget and understanding what those needs are. I think you heard today from Kim that this safety net hospitals struggle with really predicting the uncertainty of where revenues are going to come from. I think this next year, given some of the policy change at the federal and state level, we do not know, and so we feel the risk is higher. We are to be commended. I had asked you, Tim O'Hare, is there anything, Judge O'Hare, as to whether there was anything wrong with the hard work that we do in order to be able to have the additional revenue to put into our master facility plan and our future fund. So we do, again, it is a one place in time that we are looking at that changes throughout the year. But we worked very hard on this. Our board had opportunity to ask questions around it to feel comfortable with the budget that we presented today.
Have you had internal discussions with your executive team about how it is that y'all manage to continually under budget revenue and net income?
We budget revenue and net income based upon where we think we will be receiving those revenue sources. We have those kind of conversations, Judge O'Hare, constantly.
Do you have an explanation as to why you continually under budget by the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars?
I would say during COVID, and if you look at prior to COVID, you did not see the same kind of net income. The FEMA, the enhanced payments during COVID resulted in the increased net margin that you have seen. Again, Kim did outline what contributed to it over the past year. Commissioner Ramirez spoke about a lot of that really coming from increased volume and our ability to be able to bill for a lot of those services, changes in payer mix. We also benefited from some of the investment income. We do have a lot of days cash on hand that we can invest because of the monies that we are putting into the future fund. So those have accounted over the past several years for what you are seeing to be a higher net income.
Do you see anything wrong with your past budgeting practices?
I do not.
Does it bother you that each year it's under budgeted when it comes to net income by about 167% over 6 years?
It would be my desire that we could, have a crystal ball and be able to look at kind of how we are going to receive those monies from the state, from the federal. Probably about the only certain we have is the tax, is the ad valorem tax right now. So we are not strategically sitting there saying, let's under budget revenue, over budget expenses. We do not have those kind of conversations.
I don't doubt that you don't try to trick people. I just don't have a lot of confidence in the way y'all go about budgeting. At some point, when you have year after year after year of massively more revenue than you anticipated and less expenses than you anticipated, I don't know how many years we get to just say, oh, we found stuff we didn't realize. We're not talking about finding $5,000 here and $2,000 here. We're talking about $200 million, $280 million.
I would say a lot of that is the increased volume. Tarrant County is growing. We are getting better at our revenue cycle and being able to collect that. I mean, that is the work that you have asked of us, to be more efficient, to be more responsible with those tax dollars. So I would argue that it is the hard work that the team does throughout the year. And as a result.
I think y'all do a great job bringing in revenue. I just think you do a lousy job of budgeting the revenue. And I think the statistics bear it out over and over and over.
I think in my perspective, in fairness, I mean, it's a $2 billion budget, and so $100 million is 5% of that. And so, I mean, having a swing of 5% in a revenue projection, I mean, if it's $100 million swing, now $200, $300 million, and you start going. But I don't know if it's, when I look at the net patient revenue that they bring in, like you said, if they've missed it by 12%, in 24 they budgeted $659 million. They actually brought in $744 million. That's the volumes they're talking about in private payers that increased in 20. I think that's difficult to budget for.
Well, and I think that's a testament to their excellence in delivering healthcare. And so I think that's a positive. I think that's really good. What I'm trying to figure out, which is the reason I'm okay with 16.5, is if you need 151, and we keep saying if we get 151, that's going to help with the future fund, capital improvements, and the loss of investment revenue. I'd trust you on all those numbers. I think that's where we need to get. I think we can get there based off the last 6 or 7 years. What we've seen is overages. If we budget just a little bit different on the tax rate, I think you guys will hit that. So that's kind of where I'm coming at from it. But I do think you guys deliver excellent care and have an excellent product. So.
And I think we worked hard to bring it under the no new net revenue this year. We worked very hard on that, and we feel that this is a good budget.
Thank you.
One thing that I haven't heard any discussion around is the impacts of the cuts on the federal level to Medicaid and Medicare with the big bill, and how that could potentially impact what not only JPS has to deal with, but also the private hospitals.
I think they've built some of that, because we had that conversation when we had our budget meeting. They've built some of that one big beautiful bill consequences, whatever, into the budget. But you're right, there is still volatility. You can't say for sure what it's going to be. That's fair.
All right, there is a motion on the floor where the motion to amend is not recognized, so take that off the screen. All right, so there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion before we have this vote on the tax rate ceiling? Because there's other things to do in addition to that. Anybody have anything else before you vote? Okay, cast your votes. Okay. The vote passes 3-2. So the tax rate ceiling will be set at 16.5. Now we have a couple of other motions to make. What are those motions?
So Judge, first we need to receive and file the proposed no new revenue and voter approval tax rate for the Tarrant County Hospital District.
Okay.
If you want to take that one first or the other
Yeah, I
one.
move to receive and file that document.
Second.
All right, any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote.
I got one.
Okay. You're a nay? You're a nay on the accepting their document?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I'm looking at other.
Okay.
I've moved ahead. How
She
do you
doesn't
say
even
it?
want the document.
Is your vote a yea? Is yea? Okay, all right. So that part passes unanimously. What's the other part?
Finally, Judge, with the proposed tax rate that was just set, we would ask that the court approve posting of a notice of meeting to vote on that tax rate.
So approved, or
Second.
so motioned, I should say.
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote.
Jesus.
Okay, that one passes unanimously. All right, now we are going to, it is 2:17. We're going to take a break until, what do y'all think? It's 2:17, 2:28, what do y'all, till 2:28? We're at recess until 2:28. You go. That's too much fun. Okay, we live? I kind of hated to interrupt that. Next up is consideration to create Tarrant County Freshwater Supply District Number 3 and appointment of temporary supervisors to the board of the district.
Yes, thank you, Judge. As you may recall, earlier this year, we formally created Freshwater Supply District Number 2 with PMB. That has been successful. The development agreement has been approved by the city of Fort Worth, and they are working through that. This request, similar to PMB, this development is directly east of the previous Freshwater Supply District, also along the Bonds Ranch corridor. So the request today, as the judge stated, is to create Freshwater Supply District Number 3 and appoint those temporary supervisors.
I would move to create the Tarrant County Freshwater Supply District Number 3 and appoint Scott Womack, Chris Jameson, Michael Bradley, Camille Booth, and Remington Garfield as the temporary supervisors of the district.
Second.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Any discussion?
I guess I'll say as a point of discussion, this is another piece of the progress that we're making on the Bonds Ranch corridor. I mean, this is going to be an area that has a greater population than the city of Aledo in the next 5 or 10 years. And so the city of Fort Worth has been a great partner in making sure that as these pieces annex, that they do it responsibly, that they limit density, and most importantly, that the infrastructure is built on these projects before the rooftops are built. So I think this has been very creative, and this is just one more continuation of that. It's going to be a good project.
Thank you. Anybody have anything else? Okay, please cast your votes. Being softer. Okay, you're in. Okay, passes unanimously.
What do you got?
Brings us to consideration of out-of-state travel requests. Anybody want to make a motion on that?
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. And there it is. Soft, beat it, whatever it is. It doesn't, none of them work. All right, passes unanimously. Next, we go to purchasing. Anybody have any questions on 1 through 10?
No. Move for approval.
Is your motion to approve
Motion to
items B1
approve.
through 10?
That's the motion.
Okay. Is that your second? Okay. Motion from Commissioner Kraus, second from Commissioner Simmons. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Is everybody in? All right, passes unanimously. Now we go to item 11, permission to take bids, RFPs.
Move approval.
All right, we have a motion to approve that item.
Second.
All right, any discussion there? All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Miles, second by Commissioner Ramirez. Please cast your vote. There it is. All right, passes unanimously. Now we come to Commissioner Precinct 2. Number 1 is consideration to approve proposed early voting polling locations for the November 4, 2025 joint special and constitutional amendment election.
Move approval.
What are we approving?
So, I'm not going to take up a lot of your time because people who matter have already told us what we need to know. We've heard from folks, real people who have come down here and told us straight, these are not political games. To them, this is their life, this is their right. Constituents have come before us and expressed how valuable their vote and accessibility to the ballot are to them. We should let them lead us in this decision. This is their access to the ballot box. This is their right to vote. And what's on the agenda today is I want to add some early voting vote centers. And so I move that we add from, in precinct 1.
Hang on just 1 second. We already have some motion to approve, right? Didn't you make a motion to approve? All right. So are you now reading to us the things that he made a motion to approve?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'll share these with you all. The South Side Community Center in Precinct 1, Worth Heights Community Center in Precinct 1, Everman Civic Center in Precinct 1. In Precinct 3, it makes sense to add Brookside Convention Center. And in Precinct 4, it makes sense to add Haltom City Senior Citizen. I'm also recommending Northside Community Center and Diamond Hill Jarvis Library. Adding these locations that were locations in 2023 will provide necessary sites to the voters in the voting deserts created by the proposed list we saw last court. I've already had my staff clear this list with our elections administrator, who agreed that these locations are in compliance with all election laws. The site owners have not said that the facilities cannot be used. The sites are regular locations used in odd year elections, and the facilities have no issues making them unsuitable for a site. According to Mr. Ludwig, the elections administrator, there are no issues with these locations.
So this is early voting.
Yes.
So you two apparently have had this list for a while, since you made a motion to vote on it, and I saw no list. Did you have this list?
No.
No, okay,
I didn't have the list either.
okay. You're just moving to approve, not knowing what was on the list.
Adding voting centers.
Okay. Okay, so I think you made a motion to approve. I guess it's this list of these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 places. And did you second?
Yes, second, I did.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. Any discussion before we bring up speakers? All right. We have, I don't know how many, but it's a lot. So what's the time limit on this? We have 14 speakers?
So if it's 14,
I thought it
then
was 30-some.
if there's some comments that were comment only and not speakers.
Oh, okay.
So because it's below 20, it is still 3 minutes.
So we have 14 people on this list. Is that right? Of speakers?
By my count as
Okay,
well.
got it. All right, first speaker, Rogelio Mejuero. Next one is Bishop Kirkland. Following Bishop Kirkland is Janet Dominguez.
I'm going to be super brief. I'm in favor of adding these voting locations. I think, I was born in Tarrant County. I was born right on the corner of Rosedale and Stop 6 en route to the hospital. I was child number 8. I have never seen my village as galvanized as they are about voting. We're excited about voting, and I think we're about to have a lot of first-time voters. And that's not due to you, Mr. Miles. That's not due to you, Ms. Simmons. That is due to you, Judge O'Hare. Thank you.
All right, next up, Janet Dominguez. Ken Shimamoto. Following Mr. Shimamoto, Nicholas Terziak.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
The closing of polling locations under the pretext of cost savings is really a transparent ploy to reduce or lock down voting at historic low levels at the very moment when voter anger over the racial gerrymander of this court and of our state's congressional delegation threatens or promises to make those numbers higher. Now, Commissioner Miles has very eloquently stated that this is not an issue of cost, it is an issue of access. A polling place is not a branch of some store that you close down because business is slow. Rather, the elections office is a service-providing agency through which citizens exercise the right that defines us as adult Americans. You do not have the right to usurp that or restrict it. I would personally advocate for the reopening of all the 2023 early voting locations, but as a minimum, I think that this measure should pass. Thank you.
Next is Nicholas Terziak. Following Mr. Terziak, that's close, Suzanne with no last name.
Members of the court, I rise today in support of this item and the following item as well. The people of this county have no issue they are more keenly invested in than their ability and accessibility and the right to the vote. A year ago, it was unacceptable to close down polling locations. It is still unacceptable here today. To close over 100 locations would be tantamount to voter suppression. That is simply not what this republic is supposed to be about. And furthermore, with the closing of these locations, this county more and more is becoming a tale of two counties. For a student like myself who went to TCC, I was able to vote at my TCC location. I live up the block from the North Park YMCA, vote there very easily. I believe the Golden Triangle Library was open in 2023 as well, very easy. I could go to Keller. If I want to go to South Lake, I can do that. What about the student who lives in Everman, Como, the inner 820 loop? They don't have that political reality. They don't have the options to go, if the line at school is long, oh, I'll just go on the way home. Or, oh, I'll just go to the Y, or I'll go to the library. They don't have that option under the maps that were approved at the last meeting. That's unacceptable. This county can do better. I hope the court moves to approve this item today and offer more polling locations to the people of this county. Thank you.
Thank you. When somebody submits their name, do we have the ability to fill out their last name? Or is it the form comes in and that's it? We don't know who they are after that.
So the form currently just asks for full name.
Yeah.
Modified to ask for first name, last name.
Why don't we do that? Okay. Okay.
Well, I'm Suzanne. My last name's Mabe.
Okay.
And it was a new system, and maybe I left it off. Sorry.
It's all good.
But I'm here to ask you to add the Southside Community Center back as an early voting site. It's centrally located. It's in the inner city, and it's accessible to the south side and the east side neighborhoods. The other thing, it's really close to the medical district, and we've got lots and lots of people that do shift work, and it makes it easier for them to vote. And I think we need more locations and not fewer, and you shouldn't use excuses like lowering taxes and balancing the budget to suppress the vote. you should budget more money for elections. It's one of the most important things we can do as a citizen. Thank you.
Thank you. Nan Terry. Okay, Brian Turk. Following Mr. Turk is Neha Vera.
Thank you to everyone on the commission. I rise today to voice my opposition to the elimination of many early and same-day polling places that will disproportionately disenfranchise the voters in majority-minority areas within our communities in Tarrant County. It was wrong during the civil rights era, and it's wrong again today. I urge this Commissioner's Court to vote yes on the amendment to reinstate critical polling locations for early and same-day voting and locations. There's nothing more important, nothing more American. We need to do more to have people represented. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Neha Vera here? All right, how about Libertad Heredia? Then Robert Van.
I'm here in support of Commissioner Simmons' proposal to add back some of the polling locations that have been taken away from the community. But I oppose the fact that we have to come in at 10 a.m. on a Wednesday and spend, I guess it's been like almost 5 hours waiting to be able to speak on these things and get back our polling locations piecemeal like this. It's disrespectful to the democratic process. It's disrespectful to the community members the way this was done weeks ago, the way this was even brought up, the process in which these polling locations were taken away to begin with. I think that they should all be reinstated, really. I don't think we should just be limiting ourselves to these, I think 7 and then like 37 others for early voting. I think, if possible, there should be a town hall held on this issue at each of your precincts, so people can come at a reasonable time, people, who can't make it because of school or whatever, and discuss how they are more personally impacted by each individual location. But again, we shouldn't be doing this in a way that's so inaccessible and in a manner that so obviously aims to make voting more difficult when low voter turnout really doesn't make sense as an excuse for limiting access to the ballot box. Democracy is not a business. And I'd like to speak to the Latino community. A los miembros de la comunidad latina, si están viendo esta grabación, el hecho de que están tratando tanto quitarnos de su acceso a la votación y a las locaciones, los lugares de votar, significa que tenemos poder y que nuestras voces y nuestros votos importan. Así que no quiero que nadie que esté viendo se sienta sin esperanza. Simplemente tenemos que organizarnos y llegar a estas juntas y poner presión a los políticos elegidos a hacer la cosa adecuada para nuestra comunidad. Tenemos poder, tenemos voz y en estas próximas elecciones tenemos que salir a sacar a la gente que ha sido responsable por hacernos esto en ese condado, de los lugares de poder donde se han encontrado ellos, porque ahí no pertenecen. Anyway, thank you.
All right, Mr. Van. Following Mr. Van is Claudie Buby. But, well, I'm just reading how it's written.
Thank you. I will make this very brief. I agree with the previous speakers, and I support this resolution.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Claudie Busby, is it? Okay. Following Mr. Busby is Michael Bell. And is there one more below Michael Bell, or am I missing something?
Michael Collin.
Michael Collin is the last one? Okay.
I'm here to support the amendment of the seven early voting polling locations. Each time you tell me you're here to save money, I did some studying of how much it would cost to run just those 7 polling locations. It's $84,000. And I don't think that's going to hurt our Tarrant County $1 million population whatsoever to add those polling places back in there if we don't add all the rest of them continuous in there. And that's all I want to say is that we should add those polling places back in there. And then the next thing is that I've been working the same polling place, I guess, for the last 14, 15 years. And people still come in there at that location, which haven't changed, confused on where they're supposed to go vote at. In the area I'm dealing with, it's not people of color. So your people having problems finding places to vote. So you need to think that also, because you impacting everybody by closing these locations. People are gonna be more confused on where they gotta go vote, and it's gonna cause a conflict and problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Bell and then Michael Collin.
I'm speaking in favor of this proposal to reinstate these early voting polling places. Thank you, Commissioner Simmons, for visiting this on the agenda. A couple of decades ago, a Fort Worth ISD superintendent told me he could stand before the Board of Trustees for 2.5 hours, talk without saying a single thing worth hearing, and still walk out with board members convinced their questions had been answered and their concerns addressed. That same empty mentality has set up residents in this commissioner's court. Concerned citizens come here, mothers, fathers, grandmothers, veterans, workers, given only 1 to 3 minutes to lift up the truth. We point out the discrepancies, the injustices, the racial targeting built into too many of the wrong-headed, bigoted policies and proposals that come out of this chamber. Yet time and time again, what we hear in response is nothing but hollow words that are full of sound and fury signifying nothing. Disparaging words, dismissive, seething with contempt. Like that superintendent, prior to your voting, your responses amount to no more than doublespeak. And no one with eyes to see or ears to hear leaves this place believing their concerns have been addressed. Now here you are moving to close over 100 voting locations in this county and within the 35-mile radius of Highway 820, where so many of our seniors live, where so many working families make their homes, where the heart of the Black and brown Tarrant County beats, you leave only three. Tell me, how do you expect our elders leaning on canes, pushing walkers, riding wheelchairs to cross a sprawling city with a suspect transportation system? How do you expect them to endure bus after bus, connection after connection, just to cast a vote? You have turned a constitutional right into an obstacle course. And while you're slamming the doors of polling places, you're shutting down basic access to basic human needs. This is not good governance. This is targeted suppression. This is cruelty dressed up in policy, and we see it for what it is. What happened to each of you? I don't know what happened to each of you that you're okay with denigrating, berating, and bullying this county's citizens who are courageous enough to come to this court and tell the truth.
Thank you.
All right, now we have Michael Collin.
My comment on the previous speaker, that's all hogwash. I am against adding the polling locations back in, and I am a proponent of managing the polling locations in a fiscally conservative way, saving the taxpayer dollars and money, and at the same time, we're providing polling locations in key areas where people can access it. I don't have any, I'm an elder person. I may not look it, but I'm an elder person, and I don't have no problem getting out to a polling place and voting, because every time the vote is due, it's time to vote, I'm out there, right? I've been at 3 different locations in my area, Mr. Miles. It's changed once or twice. The areas that I vote at, it's changed a couple of times. I've had no problem getting there. right? All this is democratic hula, just, you know, making a scene and crying and gnashing the teeth and wailing and you know, you're a racist and yada, yada, yada. And it's not true. And we talk about black and brown people. Well, you missed out on this one. Black, brown, and white, we all live together, you know. Last time I looked down my street, you know, that's, you know, we're a complete mix. I don't think I haven't lived in color lines since I left my home when I was 19 years old, back in in '79, right? I've lived in mixed communities the whole time, right? I've worked with in mixed company for 42 years, right? So I don't know what you all are talking about. You know, my next door neighbor, he may be a hard Democrat, but we talk, and he don't have no problem going to the poll either. As a matter of fact, I met him when you were at the poll. When I met you the first time, we didn't really meet. I just laid eyes on you, and I said, "Oh, that's Mr. Miles over there." But anyway, keep doing what you're doing, Mr. Judge O'Hare, Mr. Kraus, Mr. Ramirez. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, that is the last speaker, right? That's the last one. Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second to approve, excuse me, these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 early voting locations addition. Any comments or discussion?
I do have a question. Chandler, I guess, or Mr. Cradaville, what was the legal basis for cutting the number of sites? Was there a legal basis for cutting the sites, given the requirements for a certain number
Since it's legal, I'm going to defer to Mark.
under the election code?
I'm not aware of a legal basis for the specific number of sites that were approved at the last Commissioners Court meeting. Under Chapter 43 of the Election Code, it is the Commissioners Court responsibility to approve those sites, but it doesn't specify a particular number.
Okay. And please note, there are not any Precinct 2 sites on this list. This is feedback I've gotten from the community and from reaching out to community members. So just wanted to point that out. All right.
All right, the votes are in. Motion fails 2-3. Next item, quiet. Next item is under Commissioner Precinct 2, consideration to approve proposed Election Day polling locations for the November 4th, 2025 joint special and constitutional amendment election.
Thank you. Last court, we were able to add 9 more early voting locations. But with the very size of the Election Day polling location list and the crunch and lack of preparation from elections, we didn't even get to touch Election Day. Election Day itself is sacred, and for a lot of folks, it's the only day they can get to the polls. So we need to make sure everyone has access to a polling location in their area. So with that, I also move to add, and I've passed out the list to everybody. The following, I think there are 37
That's my count.
sites back. Victory Temple Worship Center, Janet Brock Elementary, Eastern Hills High, Louise Cabanis Academy of Young Scholars, Christ Cathedral Church, Glen Harmon Elementary School, Agape Metropolitan Community Church, Carter Park Elementary, Harlan Bill Elementary, Sagamore Hill Elementary, and let's see, W.M. Green Elementary, Beth Eden Missionary Baptist Church, A.M. Pate Elementary, Richard J. Wilson Elementary, Paul Lawrence Dunbar High School, D. McRae Elementary, and Hubbard Heights Elementary School, all in Precinct 1. Precinct 2, Ferguson Education Center, Floyd Gunn Junior High, Central YMCA, Alpha International Seventh-day Adventist Church, Arlington ISD Dan Diaper Career and Technical Center, Elks Lodge 2114, Grace Fellowship Baptist Church, Merle Thornton Elementary, Goodman Elementary, Blanton Elementary. That's Precinct 2. Precinct 3, South Euless Elementary, Calvary Baptist Church. And in Precinct 4, M.G. Ellis Elementary, Riverside Applied Learning, Rufino Mendoza Senior Elementary School, Iglesias Palabra de Amor, Greenway Church, Moose Lodge 1889, Haltom City, and the last one, West Birdville Elementary, also in Precinct 4. So I move to add those to our list of Election Day polling locations. And this list has locations that work for drivability and public transit and had higher turnout on Election Day. They were all Election Day polling places in 2023. That was when we had the last constitutional amendment election. And they will do the same thing that my early vote locations would do. They'll fill those voting deserts and make sure our people don't have to walk miles or take 3 buses just to cast a ballot. My staff, again, has worked with the elections administrator on this list too. It's been vetted and it's ready to go. This is not about politics. It's about doing the right thing for the people who put us here. And you know, let me say, I've listened last time to the argument that, you know, they were low voter turnout locations. And I thought about, some of these were considered low voter turnout locations. I thought about that, and you think about a fire station. There could be a fire station that doesn't have a fire, maybe some calls for service. Do we shut those down because they hadn't responded to a fire in 2 or 3 days? No. So that's my motion. I move approval of this list for Election Day vote centers. We just did not spend any time on Election Day last meeting, which goes to what I always preach about, is process. Process, professionalism, data. We've got to have it to make decisions. So that's my motion.
Does having the data to make decisions, does that include the 3 of us seeing your proposed locations before we get here and you hand it to me?
We just figured these out last night, but yes, just kind of like your, Matt came up here with that
Which was in the
budget.
thing that he did, but okay.
But
All
we
right,
didn't
so
give
there's
it
your
in
motion.
advance.
Did you second?
I did.
Okay. Any discussion before we bring up the speakers? All right, first is Ann Zeta, then Dr. Valencia Edner.
Good afternoon. I showed up to speak in opposition to the reduction in polling places, so I felt it was important to show up in support of this proposal to add back polling locations. And I have a couple of stories to share with you that I think are important. Going all the way back to the day I was born, it happened to be on an election day. My mother went to her doctor. Her doctor asked her if she had voted. She had not. He told her she had time. She went to vote. Voting has been something very important to me and my family our entire lives. Voting as a family is something that we have done with our own children in our neighborhood, walking to a polling location at the end of the street. And when I myself experienced being on a ballot, working hard to get voters out to vote, and hanging out at voting locations for hours and hours in early voting and on election day, it became very clear that there are communities around these polling locations that gather and vote on a regular basis. And to the comments about confusion that occurs when these things are changed year to year and someone goes to a polling location and is told that that's no longer a polling location, these are all things that reduce voter participation. And it is on all of us, people who have been in elected office, people who are currently in elected office, to encourage more voting, not discourage voting. So I would ask all of you to consider this very carefully. I was for the one that you already declined to vote in favor of. We're going to continue to show up and share with you what we would like to see you do. I'm appreciative of 3 minutes. I wish I had more structured my comments. I was expecting the time to get cut. But I'm here again today, and many of us are going to continue to show up and express our desire that you continue to represent all of the people and not just some of the people, even though we know that it'll come down to a 3-2 vote every time. We will continue to show up and explain to you why we think that you should represent us differently and better. And I would appreciate further conversation with my new representative after the changes to the maps where I used to be represented by Commissioner Miles. That's who I voted for. I will get a chance to vote again more quickly than I anticipated, as Commissioner Ramirez is my new representative. I appreciate the questions that you asked today. I was disappointed in the vote that transpired after you asked those hard questions. But please consider adding these locations back in on Election Day so that people have all of the opportunities to vote at these locations that they have grown accustomed to having available to them. Thank you.
Following Dr. Edner, we have Sarah Height.
Good day. Thank you, Commissioner Simmons, Commissioner Miles, for being commissioners of the people, and for reviewing this horrible cut in precincts and adding some of the needed places. I agree with this motion. See, the lack of transparency and truth in the original election revision undermines the very foundation of democracy. The closing of precincts based on arbitrary readings of past elections dishonors citizens and forces many, particular communities of color, to travel unreasonable distances to vote. This is not efficiency, this is exclusion. It is an intentional inconvenience meant to make voters feel unimportant, to silence their voices, and to manipulate outcomes through racially and politically polarizing postures. These efforts are not about fairness or integrity, they're about nostalgia. For a time when America was only great because Black and brown voices were expected to know their place and unable to vote. This is poll tax by body count. But let's be clear, we are not naive. We are not without a fight. Every day, those who fear a truly representative democracy wake up looking for new ways to suppress. And every day, we the people rise with renewed determination to liberate, to organize, and to protect the sacred right to vote. Lies may shape a partisan agenda, but truth and the power of the people will always have the last word. We won't give up or back down. This is a marathon, not a sprint, and we're here for it.
Sarah Height, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, maybe not. Brian Turk. Libertad Heredia. Following Ms. Heredia is Robert Van.
It seems that no matter how many people show up in support of our democracy, the vote turns out the same, even without any discussion, whereas you guys are able to spend hours upon hours deliberating and justifying cutting services to people, refugees. And I guess there's nothing much to say except to echo what the other speakers have said. The Latino community will be organizing and we will be showing up, even at these greatly lessened polling locations, to get the people responsible out. You guys can't win fairly, so you're cheating. It's not okay, but it's never worked. That's why you have to work so hard to try to make it happen. That's not right. That's not the way justice works. That's not the way truth works. And that's going to always work against you. I would be embarrassed to be maybe like the only Latino sitting up there doing this to members of my own community. That's something else I have to say. And one last comment, I would just like to ask Judge O'Hare to be respectful to my commissioner, because I have been here twice now, and in both instances and in other instances I've seen just emotional behavior that's been not very polite to her, and she deserves better. She does a great job. And again, I want to commend her, and I want to support this motion like everyone else here, and commend her for doing the right thing. And the community stands behind her.
Thank you.
Following Mr. Van, we have Vera Ann Roberts.
Well, once again, I'm going to make this very short. I very much support what the previous speakers have said. I'll have a couple more comments to make in the public comment section, but thank you, Commissioner Simmons, and I do very much support your additions that you're trying to make here to help maybe make up a little bit of what's been cut. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Is Ms. Roberts present? Is that Ms. Roberts? Okay. And then following Ms. Roberts is Kennedy Jackson.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
First, Commissioner, thank you so much for all you try to do for our community. This is our community, not just some people's community.
Yes.
I combined my response earlier just in case I wasn't called to speak on this issue, but I'd like to say something about what was said earlier. Before I became the liaison for Tarrant County Democratic Party fighting election judges, I was an election judge. Per Secretary of State, this court votes on appointing judges and approving locations separately. Unlike you, I believe polling locations and judges go hand in hand. Consideration should be given to them as a unit. I understand the need to combine locations with historically low turnout, but the location should be in a close proximity, not in a totally different area where voters can't get to them. Sufficient locations throughout the county should be available to all Tarrant County voters, no matter their partisanship, to ensure all voters have a place where they can vote and feel safe doing so. Judges and alternate judges are needed at those locations to ensure that the voters are able to vote their conscience without being in an unfamiliar environment where they feel intimidated. To the gentleman that spoke earlier, I'm a senior too, and your shoes don't fit my feet, nor the feet of the people that are affected by removing these sites. Our votes matter. Congratulating members of this court to continue stomping on the heads of voters just because they can is wrong. Blessings.
Thank you.
All right, it's Kennedy Jackson. There we go.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners.
Hi.
My name is Kennedy Jackson, and I serve as the District Director for Councilwoman Dr. Mia Hall, who represents Fort Worth 6th District. In our district, the proposed closures would affect Mary Harris Elementary, Genesis United Methodist Church, Trinity Cumberland Presbyterian Church, and Meadow Creek Elementary School. Councilwoman Hall recognizes the financial and logistical challenges that come with maintaining polling sites, including rising costs and low turnout at some locations. However, she firmly believes that access to the ballot box must remain the priority. Any consolidation should be strategic, transparent, and developed with input from the communities most impacted so that no resident faces new barriers to voting. I respectfully urge this court to find a balance between efficiency and accessibility, making sure that everyone in our community has the ability to participate in our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second to approve this list. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, Motion fails 2-3. Brings us to, I guess, the second item listed under briefing, since we've already done the first. And I believe the second one is operational impact of Tarrant County redistricting. Is that correct? Okay.
Good afternoon again, Judge and Commissioners. Just a couple of quick updates. We're down to really 2 items left related to operational impact of redistricting. The first item relates to the budget. We certainly have finalized recommendations coming to the court very soon. I believe we are putting the finishing touches on that, and the court will be voting on any of those changes related to the budget at the September 16th meeting of the Commissioners Court. Related to the elections portal, which is kind of the big piece that we've been waiting on from elections, that would have the new ability for citizens to go in and understand where their new voting precinct is. My understanding is that that portal is in the final stages of testing with IT, and hopefully that will be released soon. That's the update I have for today.
Last time you mentioned, I keep talking about marketing and letting the public know this has happened. Not the public that pays attention to Commissioners Court, but, you know, people driving up and down the street. And you mentioned that we would be using the usual channels, websites, social media for outreach. Do y'all happen to have metrics on how many residents that we typically reach using those platforms?
I didn't bring that information today, but I'm happy to get with communications to get the stats for you.
Okay, and the other piece of information, how will we reach those people that don't use those platforms?
Yes, ma'am, understood. I believe Clint has some kind of a mailing or something as well, but I need to triple check that with him, but I will get that information and we'll get it to the court.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? All right, we have several speakers. First speaker is Bishop Kirkland, then Valencia Edner.
I'm getting too old for this. Only thing I want to say, when I was looking at the agenda, and what caught my attention was impact and redistricting. I think what you people did with redistricting was wrong. I think what Texas just did as a state is wrong. But guess what? I think what California is doing is wrong too. I'm not Democrat, I'm not Republican. I think it's wrong if your agenda and if what you're believing and what you are pushing towards the consciousness of our nation is so right, why so many games? I heard you say, Judge O'Hara, if the Democrats were in charge, they'd be doing the same thing. Is that the proper justification? Is that why we do things in this room? If the Republicans in the big, beautiful plan, or whatever he calls it, is so right for our country, and if red is so great for Tarrant County, why do you have to push it the way you're pushing it? Let people go vote. Let people decide. If what the impact of what this is causing my village is insurmountable. Shame on you people. All the Bible scriptures you read in here, all the praying you do. But there's a book that I live by that said, what you do unto the least of these, you have done it also unto me.
Thank you, Jesus.
Following Dr. Edner, we have Janet Mattern. Is Dr. Edner left? All right, Janet Mattern. Following Ms. Mattern is Yoki.
New microphone. Hello, my name is Janet Mattern. I'm the president of the League of Women Voters of Tarrant County. It's been 3 months since the court narrowly approved redistricting, AKA gerrymandering, of the commissioners' precincts, even though the majority of your constituents voiced opposition. Now we are asked about the impact of this rushed act. We can't know all the impacts if your constituents have not been informed of the act itself. This change was made effective immediately. But where are the maps? Where is the notification to the residents of Tarrant County? Is it good governance to implement a major change without having performed a financial assessment first? Is it good governance to not have a communication plan to inform voters of this change? Sending out the required new voter registration cards in January with the new precincts is not a communication plan. And that's far too late, as the deadline to file as a candidate in the primary is December 8th. I am here not just to identify these issues, but also to provide a solution. The solution to the impacts will fix the financial concerns, remedy the communication plan, and even improve public relations for this court. Please rescind the June 3rd court decision that approved the new precinct maps and go back to the prior commissioner precinct map. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a Yoki here? All right, how about Michael Collin? Mr. Collin? Pass, okay. All right, I think, okay, that looks like that's it on that one. Next up is briefing on Tarrant County Sheriff's Office incidents in the jail.
Good afternoon again, Commissioners. We did request the sheriff or one of his staff be present today to provide a briefing. Instead, this morning I received an email from the sheriff, which I was asked to read to the court. So this is dated September 3rd, 2025, to Tarrant County Judge Tim O'Hare and honorable members of the Commissioner's Court. The Precinct 2 Commissioner continues to ask for public briefings on in-custody deaths at the Tarrant County Jail. We have and will continue to be very transparent with these cases in terms of what information we are able to release. We are one of the few agencies that issues a press release on in-custody deaths. The practice places us as one of a limited number of agencies to proactively inform the public on such sensitive matters. Should any of the public, the media, or elected officials, including the Precinct 2 Commissioner, seek further information, they are encouraged to submit a formal records request through the Freedom of Information Act. Furthermore, the repeated lack of civility displayed by the Precinct 2 Commissioner towards Tarrant County staff is both hostile and unprofessional. I will not subject anyone from this office to that type of inappropriate treatment. Therefore, no one from this agency will participate in briefings requested by the Precinct 2 Commissioner before this court. We appreciate your understanding and remain available to collaborate in a respectful and constructive manner related to other issues. At your service, Bill Wayburn, Sheriff.
So to the absent sheriff, hi. So the briefings aren't for the Precinct 2 Commissioner. The briefings are for the public. The briefings are because you were elected to serve everybody. You should not choose who you update on our jail population, on video magistration, on jail deaths, anything. The public tells us, the 69 elected officials in this county, what they want, and we do our best to give it to them. If you don't want your staff to come down here and take questions, that's your responsibility in the first place. I didn't ask you to send staff. I asked you to come down here. And where are you? Big tall guy, big hat, guns, everything, and you can't take questions from the citizenry. your constituents. We need to be updated on these jail deaths. Nobody's asking you for specifics. 2 weeks after a jail death, you give us what you got, and then you keep coming and informing and updating the public, because we need to know what keeps happening in this jail. You ought to want to be transparent. So you stay over there, wherever you are, hiding from your constituents. And a 125-pound commissioner, you ought to be able to answer questions. I don't know which camera to look into. It's just ridiculous. It's called responsibility. It's called professionalism. If you didn't do anything wrong, come say it. It is the responsibility of all elected officials to report out to the people that elected us. It's just real simple. It's not deep. You don't have to send your staff. It's what you were elected to do.
All right, anybody have anything else?
Lamp.
All right, Bishop Kirkland is our first speaker. Following Bishop Kirkland is Catherine Godby.
I'll be real brief. I might start packing the lunch. When you look, or if you Google the most in custody deaths nationally, Los Angeles County, which is far, far larger than Tarrant County, and Tarrant County, the two are running neck and neck in custody deaths. When are we going to admit we have a problem? I would not be committing political suicide for someone that does not come in this chamber to catch the heat that you guys catch. When does an elected official send a message saying, I ain't coming because I don't like Commissioner Simmons? And that's all right with everybody in this room. The questions that you're asking are the questions we want to ask. How are people dying? What happened to Marine Anthony Johnson Jr.? What happened to Chastity Bonner? What happened to Mr. Roberts? The list goes on and on, on and on, on and on. Something is terribly wrong in our jail. Quit lying to the people. I can't call everyone a liar, but quit lying to the people. There is something you can do about an elected official. There is something that you could do as a body. You know the oracles. You know what section to find it in. I don't care how many awards this judge gets, and we get in here and clap, and he got this award, and these people find him so great. Why do we have so many problems? Because none of those people, children, are dying in this jail. Chastity Bonner's mom is a member of our local church. I see her cry every Sunday. She calls me in the middle of the night because her daughter died in that jail. And this sheriff won't even come talk to her. He won't come face us. We just respectfully want to get some answers. We don't want to rake him across a coal of fire. Innocent have nothing to hide. Yield to me and always run.
Thanks.
All right, Ms. Godby, is she present? Nan Terry. Following Ms. Terry is, I'm assuming, Joe Palmer.
The sheriff's office press release had a 63-year-old man died in the Tarrant County Jail, but KRA reported his name as Stephen Whitley. WFAA reported Whitley's family says he was diabetic and had called from jail, worried about being housed with a cellmate who had COVID-19. It's way too early to have autopsy reports. We won't know specifics for a while. But there's information that we could get. Like, the sheriff's press release does say the inmate was initially arrested by the Drug Enforcement Agency, DEA, on July 11th, 2025, for manufacturing, delivering of a controlled substance, 4 grams to 200 grams, and had additional federal U.S. Marshal probation violations related to da-da-da. But when I read that press release, I wondered, was Mr. Whitley awaiting U.S. Marshal to take custody? He died over a month after he was arrested in our jail, and if we were waiting for the U.S. Marshals to pick him up, were the sheriff's office on the phone with the U.S. Marshals asking, can you pick him up sooner? And if we have COVID in the jail, are we instituting in COVID recommendations to reduce the spread? Do we even have recommendations? Remember, it's just not detainees that died of COVID back in 2020. We had Tarrant County detention officers who died of COVID. 2 deaths in 1 month. And if you look at the public jail dashboard, we're up to 4,400 prisoners. We're inching up there. How frequently is Texas Department of Corrections picking up its prisoners? How quickly is U.S. Marshals or ICE picking up their prisoners or detainees? How many vacancies in the detention officer corps does Tarrant County Sheriff's Department have? How many hours of overtime are we averaging each week? And I didn't look, Helen, but how many hours of overtime are you budgeting in the budget? I looked last year, but I didn't look this year. I wish somebody would tell us, because this is gonna get expensive. If we have to do COVID protocols like we did last year, or 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, or 5 years ago, it all runs together. But there are things that we could ask for, the things that the Commissioner's Court should want to know. 2 deaths in a month, that's more than that. We were doing really good, and now we're 2 deaths in a month.
Thanks.
All right, Mr. Palmer.
Thank you. Joe Palmer, Republican voter. I really have a lot of contempt for the sheriff's remarks. I'm surprised not only is he here, not here, he didn't send anybody here from the sheriff's department. The man's name, Nan mentioned his name. I would think that that basic detail would be included in the report. The 8th Psalm was referenced in the prayer this morning to start the meeting. 1 John, 1st chapter, 4th verse, I have no greater joy than to hear that my children walk in truth. I think that part of telling the truth is disclosure of all the truth that you're aware of. Anytime somebody dies in the jail, as long as I've been paying attention, the information that comes out first is the DEA's after them, drugs, checkered past, and I hate that part of myself that I can feel looking and searching through the news to find out what this person's stature was. What did they do such that I don't care as much about their life when the fact that they died? That is a real thing that happens, and that is, if it's not the real thing, then why did they put that information out there? Didn't include his name in the report. When I came at the January meeting following my friend's death in custody, Mason Yancey, I had said that on average, somebody has died in the Tarrant County jail custody once every 42 days since Bill Wayburn took office. Since that meeting, we've had 5 deaths, and if you count from that meeting, 43 deaths per day. From Mason's death, it's 47 deaths on average. 47, a death every 47 days, excuse me. You know, I don't like coming in here. I don't like knocking heads with these people. I don't know what to do. It's a weird meeting. You know, we're opposite sides on the budget, and we're on the same side on jail deaths. It feels insignificant. It feels like these families are being ignored. These are the names of the people that have died since Mason died. Stephen Whitley, who's 63 years old. Richard Gutkowski, 61. August 6th, he died. at JPS. You want to give them lots and lots of money, though. No answers, no money. No answers for the deaths, you don't get any money. How's that? Liza Elizabeth Gadlin, blood clot as a result of hypertension. Charles Stephen Johnson died by suicide. Do something.
Thank you.
All right, we now move to public comments. And first up is Bishop Kirkland. Following Mr. Kirkland is Charles Wiedemeyer.
We're on record first to let you know, living next to a Negro, one cannot gain the Negro experience. It's so sad when our county judge openly votes down a commission's request for funding based on her voting down his item in the past. Just petty. Sir, you are digging your own political grave. Keep going in the direction that you're going, and you will be relieved. We will be relieved of your presence and your pettiness. Listen, I do not know how this body feel about people coming to me and calling me anonymously to cry out. Why don't your own people trust the leadership in this room that if they have a problem, that they should be able to come to one of you? And when I ask them, they tell me because they're in fear of their jobs. It is that same intimidation that the President of the United States used, that the people of this county, the employees, are saying they feel that same kind of pressure. I do missionary work in Nigeria, one of the richest and most populous country in Africa, but some of the poorest people. Reason being greed and fiscal irresponsibility, leadership, and total disregard for the poor. The people that need you guys to fight for them because of your partisan politics and your personal biases. You sit here arguing with one another, and people are dying in our county. The gentleman earlier was talking about how people need to pull themselves up by their own bootstraps. Well, maybe you haven't lifed quite right yet, because the truth of the matter is all of us may need some help sometimes. I've never asked my government for WIC, for Section 8, for any of its handouts. But I paid the price as a United States Marine that if I need help, it will be my government's time to help me. I've seen the two of you dissent and disagree. I am waiting for the moment that the three of you can be independent thinkers. Most of the discussion today was political grandstanding for a platform for re-election. Commissioner Kraus, can you please quit jocking the judge?
I don't see Mr. Wiedemeyer. I don't see Dr. Edner. Suzanne Mabe. I'm assuming that's her.
Well, I know it's not on the agenda, but one of my real serious concerns is elections. And so I wanted to speak about the need to maintain mail-in voting and the electronic voting machines, because, and I know it's not on the agenda, but the closer we get to the elections, this comes up more and more. And there are people that want to get rid of mail-in voting and the electronic instruments and go back to hand-marked ballots. And I've done both. When I started working in elections, we were doing marking the ballots. And it's going to take forever to count those, and they're not as accurate as our electronic voting. And if you do away with the mail-in ballots, it won't make it any safer. It'll just make it hard for lots of people to vote, and that in turn suppresses the vote. And that's what worries me, because I think it's very, very important that we all get to vote, and we get to vote in a timely manner. And anyway, and in spite of the rumors and conspiracy theories, I think our elections in Tarrant County are safe and accurate. Thank you.
Thank you. Buff Kaiser is next. Following Mr. Kaiser is Catherine Godby. I don't see her in the audience. Then Nan Terry.
Hi, I'm Buff Kaiser, a resident of Fort Worth. And we commend Tarrant County's use of sequential ballot numbers for in-person voting in the 2024 election. And we look forward to the effective use of sequentially numbered ballots for mail-in voting going forward. We also commend Tarrant County's taking note of Denton and Collin County's use of hand-marked paper ballots and visiting with Denton County officials to learn more. In 2017, Denton County approved the switch to hand-marked paper ballots using ballot-on-demand printers. The decision followed voter concerns about electronic voting accuracy and a problematic 2016 election with machine errors and long lines. County officials and voters have expressed strong support for the system. So they've had it since 2017 and they like it. Voters appreciated the transparency of marking their own ballots, which can be audited and recounted if needed. Both Democratic and Republican leaders backed the move, citing trust and verifiability. Denton County also saved money by eliminating pre-printed ballots, previously having had to print thousands of extra ballots to cover every possible ballot style at every polling location. Collin County begins using hand-marked paper ballots for in-person voting, starting with the November 2025 election. On June 23rd, 2025, the Collin County Commissioners Court unanimously approved the transition, and this includes a $2.3 million investment in voting booths, printers, laptops, and other equipment. This makes Collin one of the largest counties in Texas to adopt hand-marked ballots. Judge O'Hara and Commissioners, would there be anything you could share with us today about your thoughts about what Denton and Collin counties are doing, and if you think it could be a good idea for Tarrant County? That's my question to you.
Yeah, it's not Q&A, so are you got anything else?
Yes. The election landscape is certainly changing. We've got President Trump's Executive Order 1422288, and we've got the District 5 election ruling. So we're going to have a bunch of changes coming up, and we expect additional presidential executive orders for federal elections. They're expected shortly concerning mail-in ballots and other matters. So we thank you for your following these developments closely and taking needed actions.
Thank you, sir. All right, Ms. Godby is not here, is that correct? All right, next is Nan Terry. Following Ms. Terry is Jorge Rodriguez. Is Mr. Rodriguez present? Following Mr. Rodriguez, be Ebony Turner. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to be real short. Change is always hard, and I want to thank the staff and the leaders for the new software related to the agenda and signing up and looking at things, being able to download it right there. And I just think it's great, and I want to thank the county employees who are responsible.
Thank you. No Mr. Rodriguez. Ebony Turner present. All right, following Ms. Turner, we have Joe Palmer.
I am so mad, I'm seething. I don't know how you do it, Commissioner Simmons, God bless you, but to have an elected official send in a letter, not show up, but send in a letter to say why he wasn't gonna show up, to answer to all of us. You do represent all of us, Sheriff Wayborn, and I can understand why you probably don't wanna be here. Probably the same, to answer to the jail desk, probably the same reason why your son never made it to the Tarrant County Jail when he got arrested. And by the way, what's going on with his cases. But I'm supposed to be here to talk about voting machines and mail-in ballots. Every time the Republican Party does something to further chip away at voting rights, I think of my soror, Fannie Lou Hamer, who was brutally beaten and blinded as a result of trying to register voters. I think about my other ancestors who were killed, beaten, hosed, had dogs sicked on them, had poll taxes levied against them, had to pass literacy tests, et cetera, all to exercise their constitutional rights to vote. And here we are yet again in the year of our Lord 2025, still fighting against efforts to deny us the right to vote. So contrary to popular belief in registered voter numbers, Texas is not a red state, it's a voter suppressed state. In just the last 2.5 to 3 years, Texas and/or Tarrant County has altered the requirements for requesting mail-in ballots and what information had to be included for them to be valid, purged thousands of voters from the voting rolls, attempted to reduce the number of polling sites, redistricted the county commissioner precinct level, redistricted at the congressional level, reduced the number of election days from 13 to 12, reduced the polling sites in Tarrant County for the upcoming election, and now soon will probably try to get the county to get rid of mail-in voting and voting machines, which we know is at the behest of Trump, who is taking cues from Putin. And you pretend it's all in the name of election integrity and fairness, but if it talks like voter suppression and walks like voter suppression, it's voter suppression. And by the way, how many voter fraud cases have been prosecuted in this county? I know of at least 2 that you could have bragged about, but y'all decided to do nothing about those folks. And you're only gonna try to get rid of mail-in voting just because you believe more Democrats vote by mail. But Republicans vote by mail as well. So I hope Republicans who vote by mail are paying attention to who may be trying to take away your ability to vote. Over 1 million registered voters in Tarrant County, and you wanna go back to paper ballots and hand counts? At the same time as reducing polling sites and voting days, we already have lines out the door. Have you considered this logistical nightmare? We know you want us to be so overwhelmed and discombobulated that we won't vote. You want to intimidate us into silence, but we won't be deterred and we won't be defeated. So I urge you not to bow down to the wannabe king. Keep the voting machines, maintain mail-in voting, and restore the voting sites. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, following Mr. Palmer, we have Robert Vann.
KERA News, Miranda Suarez. A woman died of hunger and thirst in the Tarrant County Jail custody. Her daughter seeks answers. August 6, 2025, published. Kimberly Phillips didn't like to show when she was hurting, her daughter Miranda Mills said. But Mills could see her mother's pain when she visited her at the Tarrant County Jail. I could tell she was holding back her tears, Mills said, and she just looked at me and she said, "Baby, I need to eat." Phillips kept telling her daughter how hungry she was, Mills said. She was trying to eat the food the jail gave her, but she couldn't keep it down. Phillips died in custody on February 18th. Her cause of death, complications of malnutrition and dehydration. She was 56 years old. Phillips is at least the 4th person whose death in Tarrant County Jail custody has been linked to dehydration since 2020. She appears to be the first linked to starvation, at least since 2017, when Republican Sheriff Bill Wayburn took office. And this was not the first time Phillips stopped eating in the Tarrant County Jail, according to notes from an incarceration dated 2023, a fact that medical staff noted when she was booked into jail again in January. By the time she was transferred to John Peter Smith Hospital 3 weeks later, on February 15th, Phillips had severe hypernatremia, a sodium imbalance usually caused by dehydration, and her kidneys were failing, records show. Now, Mills is left wondering how this happened, leaving her without her mother and her kids without their grandmother. "She was my best friend," Mills said, crying. "I didn't have friends because I always felt my mom was enough. Please don't let me die." The Tarrant County Jail has been under scrutiny for years for deaths and allegations of mistreatment behind bars. At least 71 Tarrant County prisoners have died since Wayburn took office. This is an old article. Including an alleged murder by guards last year. The county has also paid more than $4.3 million in jail-related lawsuits since 2022. That includes a $750,000 payout to the family of Georgia K. Baldwin, a woman with severe mental illness who died in 2021 from hypernatremia. That's despite having a water fountain in her cell. Abdullahi Mohammed and Edgar Villatoro Alvarez also died of dehydration in jail custody in 2020 and 2022, respectively. Both men also had a documented history of serious mental illness. We continue to incarcerate people with mental illness. A recent investigation in the New Yorker found dozens of starvation and dehydration deaths in jails across the country. Often the people who died struggled with mental illness, were arrested for low-level crimes, and couldn't make bail. Rest in peace, everybody who has died and everybody who will die in the jail in the coming year.
Amen.
Mr. Van.
Well, it's been going on a long time. August of 1980, Paul Wayridge, founder of ALEC and co-founder of the Heritage Foundation, among other reactionary organizations, stated that too many Christians want everybody to vote, but that he did not want everybody to vote. He followed up with a statement that the reactionary leverage in elections goes up as the voting population goes down. That sentiment has been seconded by many others in what some call the Republican Party, including Mitch McConnell and the current denizen of the White House, and, of course, the right-wing members of the Commissioner's Court. Here in Tarrant County, there have been incessant, unsupported, and unsupportable claims of voter fraud to attempt to justify all measures of anti-democratic voter suppression, the latest being the massive racial gerrymandering of the county, the selective removal of long-established voting locations, and all that on top of the past harassment of an honest elections administrator, Hyder Garcia, until he was forced to resign, an expensive and redundant ballot numbering system, voter harassment by a so-called voter integrity unit, and threats of violence by the county Republican chair and his minions. And now we're considering eliminating mail-in ballots, which has been noted, by the way, as much use by Republican voters as it does by Democratic voters. And now the most harebrained stunt of all, eliminating electronic voting machines in favor of hand-counted ballots. But your deity in the Oval Office says that that's what you must do, so as faithful livers, I assume that's what you'll try. I know, though, I really think all this will, in a not-too-distant future, come back to bite you.
On item 13A1, there's a speaker. Who is that?
It's Joe Palmer, I believe, sir.
Okay, he just walked out the door. Okay, that's it for public comments. Do we have any announcements or comments from commissioners? I read every single name that's on there. So if you want to show somebody the form.
Can you check that, AJ?
So she probably didn't fill it out. Or... All right, you want to bring that to me? Can you bring it up here? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I'm here to comment in support of vote by mail. We all know of people who need to vote by mail, whether they're elderly, disabled, or whatever. But I had an experience a few years ago that really brought it home to me. I went to deliver something to an older man that lived not far away. He was very physically disabled, but he was sharp as a tack mentally. He was a very large man, could not walk, could not even stand, and was in an oversized wheelchair. He started talking to me about voting, and he said, "It's time to vote." And I said, "Yes." And I said, "Did you remember to get your application in to get a vote by mail?" He said, "I missed it by 1 day." So he said, "Would you take me to vote?" Well, I knew there was no way I could get this large man in his wheelchair in my car and drive him to the church where people were voting. But a neighbor man came by and he said, "I'll help you." And then another man came by, so 3 of us were able to get this wheelchair just right up to my front seat and raise the man up and put him right down. I pulled up in front of the church, and the pastor happened to be walking in, saw us in the parking lot as I opened the door, and he could see there's no way without help we could get this man out of the car. So the pastor came and helped. It took 3 of us to get him out and again in his wheelchair. I took him in, he got to vote. He was just ecstatic that he did get to vote. This man had a very crystal clear mind, but physically he could not get himself to vote. And he didn't have anybody that would help get him there. And it was that time when I realized how vital it is for vote by mail, for people who absolutely cannot go to the polls. And believe me, there are those that can't. So I just want you to keep that in mind. Vote by mail is important. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
There's one more, Judge. She's providing her confirmation, I believe, via her mobile device that she signed up to speak.
Okay, who is that?
Ms. Williams in the back.
Okay, Ms. Williams, you see it?
Have a new system. So
It's not too bad. Not bad.
Except for your screen.
What's the deal?
We've been presented with a agenda link confirmation
Okay.
to speak, but we don't see it on the agenda software. So we'll have to check with the developer on
Okay,
that. see
well,
what's going on.
what is her name? Estelle Williams. Okay, Miss Williams, come to the podium.
Albert.
Good evening. In prior history, individuals were required to pay a poll tax. They had no money. In prior history, they had to walk long distances because they had no transportation. Here it is today. There are those of us who can afford to pay a poll tax, if that's what it's called, but we're faced with so many other obstacles. Redistricting is one. We do have transportation that we can use to get to one place or the other, but yet there are other avenues that have been placed before us. Again, redistricting is one. There are many others. Now here we're talking about machineries that was used and added to the act of voting. We're able to operate those machines. But again, when we talk about ridding the machines and using paper ballots, we got to expect the fact that it's going to require additional staff. When you do that, you're talking about funds. And today I have sat here and I've heard so much talk about budgets and budgets and budgets. And so, again, it's going to require additional funding for us to be able to rid machines and use paper ballots. So again, many efforts have been put in our way, our path. How can we be thought to believe that we should embrace voter suppression? This is nothing but another method of voter suppression. Voter suppression is that which is requiring others to realize that you're not going to get that opportunity. However, destroying those machines will again be looked at as this is a machine that perhaps will not be manipulated, but individuals can be. And so because of that, we have to stop and think. It's not about black or brown. It's not about you or me. It's about doing what is right. Doing what is right based on the fact that everybody was given the opportunity, again, to look at it as justice for all. Is it justice for all? Is it justice for y'all? So I say to each of you, please allow individuals to have their constitutional right of voting and utilizing the fact that it was given to each of us. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, do we have any announcements or comments from commissioners? All right, seeing none, the court will now recess the open session and proceed to closed session to discuss items exempt under sections 551071, 072, 074, 076, 087, and 0725 of the Texas Government Code. The time is 3:59. Executive session will begin, executive session will begin at 4:15 p.m. sharp. If there are 3 people there, we are starting. We are now in recess. Knock yourself out. All right, we are back from executive session. There's no action to take at this time, so we are officially adjourned.